Good evening, everybody. Today is June 4th. It is 7:03. I'd like to call the Board Bylaw Policy Review Committee to order. We have Trustee Mario Pascucci, Trustee Anisha Thomas, and Trustee Sean Xavier online. We have regrets from Student Trustee Bailey Klein and Student Trustee Christopher Joseph. We have Trustee Luz de Rosario will be joining us at a later time. She's on another commitment. On to A2, if I can ask Trustee Herman Valoria to please do the opening prayer. Please stand if you can.
This sixth day of the novena, the Sacred Heart of Jesus, let us pray. In the name of the Father, Sacred Heart of Jesus, we trust to you our own family, the whole human family. You as Lord, treasures of love, goodness, and mercy in your heart, we may be truly loving, good, and merciful. God's word tells us, Lord, you have been our dwelling place in all generations. For the mountains were brought forth, wherever you had formed the earth and the world. From everlasting to everlasting, you are God. Good Heart of Jesus, full of compassion and love, help us to see your goodness in all creation. Help us to care for creation, find ways to live responsibly, that the whole human family can share the blessings of the earth. Good Heart of Jesus, place all our trust in you. In the name of the Father, and of the Son.
Thank you very much. I ask Trustee Daryl D'Souza to do the land acknowledgements.
We are ever thankful for the wonder and sustenance that our land provides us, for the food we eat physically, and for the spiritual nourishment provided by the beauty around us. We are also all keenly aware that the land, bountiful as it is not endless in its riches. And we work to be careful stewards of it, of all resources of one another. We acknowledge and thank the Mississauga of the Credit, our treaty partners who have been stewards of this land for generations. Together we commit to redress past injustices by working to dismantle systems that limit freedom and work, passionately and resolutely, towards a time and place of collective freedom and fruitful interdependence.
Thank you very much. If you can take a seat. On to A4, approval of the agenda. Can I have somebody please approve the agenda? Moved by Trustee Daryl D'Souza. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. On to A5, declarations of interest. There are none. A6, approval of the Board and Bylaw Policy Review Committee minutes for April 16th. Can I have a mover, please? Trustee Herman Valoria, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. There are no awards presentations, no delegations. Madam Director?
Good evening, and through the chair, regular reports, Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association.
Thank you. Is there a report today?
No, there is none, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Trustee Mario Pascucci, go ahead, please.
No, there is nothing here, Mr. Chairman. You asked me for some report. There is no report.
Thank you. On to D1B, good news items. Trustee Bria Corbett, go ahead.
Thank you. And through the chair, on May 27th, we had 45 students in Mississauga North participate in a hackathon through the organization Hacker Girl that provides resources and supports for girls in coding and STEM. This year's theme for hackathon was cybersecurity, and the students involved in this event created stories, animations, and information sites about how to be safe online. Students also had the opportunity to join other students across the country in a Hacker Gal webinar that included a female guest speaker from the cybersecurity industry. And Mr. Chair, that's the end of my good news, but I've already sent it to our recording secretary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other good news items? None online, none in person. On to
Through the
section-
chair, there's no updates or information reports from committee for receipt. We're moving to section F. And the first report this evening will be presented by Executive Superintendent Becchiarino, the school breakfast and lunch programs report on page 12 of your agenda.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. And continuing through the chair, the report that we are looking at begins on page 12 of the overall meeting agenda. As you will have heard, the federal government plans an investment over the next 5 years to support what they are terming a national school food program of approximately $1 billion. The aim of this program is to provide access to meal programs for students during the school day. Trustees' own association, OXTA, welcomes the investment as it would provide a variety of benefits, including access to nutritious food, because we know that many of our students do eat lunch or breakfast, but that it's not always nutritious or sufficiently nutritious. In order to understand what background or what context this funding, of which we still don't know very much, would meet as it arrived potentially in Dufferin Peel, we undertook a survey which is outlined in terms of responses as part of Appendix A at the end of the report, asking schools what was already in place in terms of food programs. 53 of our schools, for example, noted that they are already offering a fully subsidized breakfast program, and that happens through organizations such as the YMCA, President's Choice as part of their outreach programs, and part of the larger Loblaws company. Only 15% of our schools offer a dedicated snack program, and a number of our schools offer a much more substantial set of offerings as part of their lunch programs. However, those lunch programs are not fully funded and require for parents to pay a fee. As trustees would be aware, typically such items as pizza, sandwiches, chicken, etc., are provided at the lunch hour. But as noted, these are not funded. So we welcome further details regarding the federal government's anticipated $1 billion investment, as we know that parents are already accessing both paid and unpaid breakfast and lunch programs, and hope, once we learn more about the details, that there will be opportunities for some or all of our schools to access the programs. As noted, the federal government has not released too many additional details, but as this is the conclusion of the report, we'd be happy to entertain any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Trustee De La Souza, you have a question? I'll start a list.
Mr. Chairman, Mario.
So I have Trustee Darryl D'Souza, Trustee Bria Corbett, and Trustee Mario Pascucci. Anybody else? Seeing none, okay. Before you start, if you just make sure, oh, sorry. Thank you, Trustee Herman Valoria. Can we just make sure that we speak into the mics, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, staff. You mentioned your 94 schools have a lunch program and students pay for it. We say lunch program, is it that we're talking about schools that have cafeterias?
That, through the chair, lunch programs includes two items. It includes cafeteria programs in our secondary schools, and it also includes programs like the lunch lady or pizza lunches or other offerings that individual schools might offer for cost to parents and students.
So when we talk about lunch programs, do these 94 schools consistently or daily have these pizza programs happening?
Through the
Or it's
chair,
Once in
no.
a way. So is it like, when you talk about lunch programs, my assumption is that school offers lunch on a daily basis. The students have to pay for it in case they want to avail of it. If you're saying that we have a pizza program every Tuesday, that doesn't mean it's a lunch program. Because it's not daily.
So through the chair, that is why we undertook the research. We offer, there are schools who do offer daily opportunities. Students, because they have to pay for it, students don't have to take advantage of these programs. We have, if I'm not mistaken, only 3 schools that offer a fully subsidized lunch program every day to their students. So these would be schools who have been able to apply for programs and have demonstrated a significant need. The type of programming that is being, so far as we know, up to this point, going to be made available through the federal government would allow for a daily lunch program for schools who were successful in attaining it. The lunch programs that we offer are optional and not necessarily daily. Correct.
So I think we need to correct this and specify exactly, because when we say lunch programs, 94 of our schools offer lunch programs. That's incorrect. They do not offer lunch programs. 26 schools, which are secondary schools, have a cafeteria. The students pay for it. And the balance offers probably during summer, once a week pizza day. That's not a lunch program. That's snack once in a way. I think we need to correct this and give the correct statistics because it doesn't look right.
Through the chair, we can change the word program to offerings.
Occasional offerings would be a better wording out there. Where pizzas are concerned, but 26 schools that have cafeterias, yes, there's a lunch program, you have to pay for it. That makes sense. Not 94. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Trustee Bria Corbett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you, just to Trustee Darrell D'Souza's point, I think on page 14 of the agenda, it does indicate there's 94 programs for the lunch that students pay. I'm not sure if that table helps provide clarity, if that's what you're.
That's the one I'm referring to, but it's not a daily program because
Right.
Executive Superintendent specified that it's pizza days and hot dog days. Those happen once a week. It's not a lunch program.
Through the chair, I do have a few questions. Thank you, Executive Superintendent Veccarino, for the report. We know nutrition is key for healthy bodies, and students can't learn on an empty stomach. Our schools definitely could benefit from the federal funding provided by the National School Food Program. And I was going to reference the table 1 as well. So it indicates there's 80 schools where there's no breakfast offered, which is about half, I guess, just over half of our schools, if we have 151 schools. So it's evident there's systemic inequities and a lack of access across the board. Especially, we know more families are using food banks. Food bank usage has increased since the pandemic. And I guess it remains to be seen more details for that $1 billion over 5 years, how much is allocated to Dufferin Peel. But do we know when this funding is actually going to be provided and how much roughly Dufferin Peel would be allocated?
Through the chair, unfortunately, no. We had heard an initial launch date of the fall. I might suggest that is likely premature in that we have not heard anything else. $1 billion over 5 years is approximately $200 million a year, which spread over 72 district school boards means that I think I can guarantee to trustees that we will not be feeding all of our students with that money. Whether it's an application process or whether the funding will flow through the provinces, we are not yet, we have not, as Dufferin Peel, received further details just yet.
So through the chair, can you reference 72 school boards? So this is just a provincial, it's just for
No,
Ontario,
national.
or the federal
National.
program is across?
It's a federal
the
program
country.
through the chair.
So it's national.
Yeah,
It's national. It's $200 million for the country, not for Ontario.
Correct. I hope I didn't give the impression that it
You
was
said
for Ontario.
72.
If I did, I apologize.
Said 72 school boards.
So it's $1 billion for Canada over 5 years, $200 million a year spread out over the entire country. Again, if I gave the impression that Ontario was getting 200 million, that was not my intention. And so $200 million over 1 year will not feed all of our students or anywhere near that through the
Okay.
chair.
and so in the meantime, are there, I mean, we know there's programs that organizations such as YMCA, we've got President's Choice, I know Loblaws is also part of that, that schools can still leverage in the meantime. Has that information been shared with administrators on what the current process is and what is available right now?
So through the chair, yes, we try to make our administrators available of, try to make these, I'll try again through the chair. We try to make all of our administrators aware of all of the programs that are available. And that is how the number of schools accessing a variety of programs has increased over time. As was mentioned earlier, there are significant areas where breakfast and lunch programs are in demand and schools apply. Not all schools who apply are given the funding.
And Mr. Chair, just my last question. I think it would be helpful if the schools that have an existing program right now can share their success, their stories, because I think it helps to support schools if they know the experiences of others. Some of my schools, they've got various options, right? Some have grab and go, which doesn't require much in the way of staffing. Others have full breakfast programs that requires a lot of parent volunteers, staff to help support it. Is there information on what the schools are currently doing that they can be shared with each other?
So through the chair and as part of the data collection for this report, we've already begun to develop a sense of what's available in our schools. We will continue in those efforts, and it was our plan to reinforce, as we do at the beginning of every year with the family of school superintendents, what is available and what schools can apply for.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Trustee Mario Pascucci. Trustee Mario Pascucci, you're muted.
Okay, there you are, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for that. Yeah, I'd like to discuss this a little further in the main camera issue as well. And I know it's not any camera specific, but there's some information I'd like to bring forward. Marianne, do you think it should be just, you know something, I'll ask the question in camera, and if it's not an in-camera question, it'll come out and that's fine. We'll leave it that way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Herman Valoria.
I'd like to say that these breakfast programs, fully subsidized breakfast programs, have been around for at least 15 years, my experience. And it's largely, I think, subsidized by the YMCA. So the federal contribution will be used to augment this, will be used to increase the funds available for breakfast and lunch programs. Perhaps more schools would be interested in running it if we provided the contact person as well as the phone number. I used to have it, but I've lost it. But I'm sure See, during the launch, and I was there, it was launched at Loyola Catholic Secondary School, one of our schools. And the YMCA organization was there. I think the federal contribution will be funneled through YMCA. That's my impression. A lot of students take advantage of this breakfast program. A lot of them, for example, kids who play sports, especially in secondary, they wake up early, they leave home without having any breakfast, and they found that once we offered this breakfast program, that they could access it. Just if they leave home without any breakfast, then they play in sports. By the time they're ready for their first class, their energy is sapped, so they need nutrition. So it's not only, and of course, there's kids who leave home without any breakfast because there is no breakfast at home. And we have quite a few areas that should take advantage of this, except that maybe it's not publicized well enough.
So through the chair and as noted earlier to Trustee Corbett, we will ensure at the beginning of the next school year that through Family of School Superintendents, we will make the various programs and/or program application processes available to schools and school communities. We have done so in the past through our communications department and will continue to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Bruno-Inica.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This announcement is a politician's announcement. That's all it is. It's look at me, I'm giving you in front of 100 cameras, I'm giving $1 billion. But he doesn't say how, when, where, and how boards are going to have to implement it. So the implementation of this will likely, if we haven't heard about it now and they're going into summer session, unless it's the others that are actually doing the work, not the actual prime minister, it'll end up being a scenario of not getting any information until likely the latter part or the middle part of next year. But people's perception have already been, people's hopes have already been escalated. And they believe that Dufferin Peel, they don't see $1 million from the federal government, which the report was very clear. But people think that they're getting $1 billion. And it's actually, as you indicated, 200 million over 5 years. I can say that I have seen the breakfast program at one of the schools of this board that I represent. I'd rather not say the name, but I think most people would know the school. But it doesn't just serve that community. It also serves members of the public school, which is literally from the end of the driveway up and over maybe a 3-minute walk if you're with friends chatting. And I've been there in the early morning and I see what the kids get. It's very gracious donations, but it's also a significant amount of work from volunteers. Volunteers that every year seem to be getting older. And unfortunately, some have said, I only do it for the kids, but I'm not feeling very well. You know, it's like a struggle. So it's great to have the programs. It's the implementation that is the key as far as I'm concerned. So when we do get the announcement and, you know, the implementation will be the key. Okay, so we get 200 million over 72 school boards, do the math, over the course of a year. number of schools. It's not really a lot of money, but $1 billion is a lot of money. And that's the part of these kind of announcements, although they're great, to me, they're only political. And that's it. So I wouldn't be surprised if before the next federal election, this starts to roll out the way that it is because of whatever. If I'm biased in my opinion, it's not just the current federal government that does it. Every political government provincially did it just as much as the federal. So everybody's great idea is great if we get funded for it, fully funded. And this will feed some. And I know that at this particular school, they have significant relations with the bread company. So they drop off bagels, they drop off toast or sliced bread. They do have, I've been there where they've had bacon and eggs and fruit. So yeah, I agree with Trustee Valoria. It's a heartful meal for somebody that's not going to get a meal on that particular day. But again, the one thing that this particular school does, and I'm not sure if any other school does do it, it's a collaboration between Peel Board and Dufferin Peel at a Dufferin Peel school because of the community that it's in. So it will be interesting, and staff hasn't heard any information of when it may or may not be coming out. I guess and I don't want to put you in that position, but has staff heard of anything?
Through the chair, beyond what we were able to share this evening, and we did a double check in preparation for this meeting just yesterday, we have not heard anything further.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none online. I believe this is just a report for receipt, correct?
Through the chair, that's
The chair,
correct.
yes.
Thank you very much. F2.
F2 is the rescission of GAP 701.02. Telecommunications and Chief Information Officer McIsaac is going to present this report.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Sorry, this is my first time presenting one of these. We've reviewed GAP 701.02 telecommunications as part of the regular review done by the research department. It was identified there was a lacking associated policy. In reviewing the GAP, we also identified that a number of the information in the document predated current processes for today for schools to request telecommunications equipment. That is currently done through the help desk. A lot of the information in there was more regarding infrastructure that is very old and is continuously being updated based on technology needs. Based on that information and the fact that we have processes in place right now, or guidelines in place with our facilities team in wiring and circuiting construction projects, we are recommending to rescind this policy. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. I don't actually see a recommendation on here.
Through the chair, you're not going to see recommendations when it comes to GAPs, because GAPs are how the staff implement board's policy. We bring it forward for information and certainly opportunities for input from trustees, but there's no need for approval of any of the GAPs.
Thank you very much. Any questions before we move on? Seeing none. F3.
F3 is the rescission of GAP 505.00 computerized pupil enrollment registers, retention of. Executive Superintendent Vecchiarino will present.
Through the chair, the report that I'm going to be sharing for you begins on page 18 of your agenda package. As mentioned by Chief Information Officer McIsaac, and as part of our regular review, there are a number of items that we look through as part of our 5-year review, and as trustees are made aware of at the beginning of the year, to ensure that our general administrative procedures reflect the intent and design of our policies and that they are current and relevant. With this in mind, General Administrative Procedure 505, computerized pupil enrollment registered retention, which was created, the retention protocols for our enrollment registered is deemed to be no longer necessary and is being recommended for rescission not because we no longer require a retention schedule, we still have it, but all of the items that were in GAP 505 previously have now been captured in the recently revised GAP 540.00 classification and records retention schedule. As trustees are aware from a previous presentation, that retention schedule includes our retention obligations as a system for all materials and not only pupil enrollment registers, and pupil enrollment registers is one of those items. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, okay.
Mr. Chairman, I had a problem with my internet, so we just fixed. So sorry for the late joining.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Thomas.
You're welcome.
Onward to F4, review and rescission. Sorry, go ahead.
F4 is the review and rescission of Human Resources General Administrative Policies. Superintendent Strong will present this report.
Thank you. Through the chair this evening, on page 21 of your report, you will find a list of gaps that are associated with human resources. We reviewed as part of our annual review a cleanup of over 15 general administrative procedures that were associated with human resources. We are recommending that 13 of them be rescinded. When we reviewed each one of them, it was evident that this information is contained in collective agreements, ministry documents, policy memoranda, and employment standards. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the trustees may have.
Any questions? Trustee Herman Valoria, go ahead.
GAP 311, Employee and Family Assistance Program. If that's deleted, we don't have any policy because it's still under development.
So through the chair, as part of our review, we found that we do not have an existing policy on the EFAP. What we did have was a gap. It was an unaffiliated gap, and it was incorrect. It still referenced our former program holder. So what we have recommended is that this gap be removed, and we actually put in place a policy.
The policy is still in development.
That's correct.
But the current 311, what is it?
Sorry, through the chair?
GAP 311. What does it cover?
So GAP 311 would have covered our former EFAP program provider. We are currently with CompPsych. They are the service provider that provides the services to the board. This gap was quite old, and it referenced, it is the EAP. I'm talking about the service provider. We've moved to a different company. It was after Homewood. Homewood Health was our previous service provider. A few years back, we had to go out and we have replaced them with CompPsych.
So it does refer to an obsolete company.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Any questions? Seeing none. G1.
G1 is revised policy 4.70 health and safety. Superintendent Strong will present this report.
Thank you. Through the chair, we are recommending a revision to policy 4.70, health and safety. As part of our regular policy review, we have made minor changes to this policy, including actually adding a hyperlink in the policy itself, which will take us to our main reference document, which is the Occupational Health and Safety Act. Similar to how we have operated GAP 529, which is the local school board police protocol, we actually have a health and safety manual document, which is incredibly comprehensive. This manual document has sections of it which we are required by law to review and update annually. By adding a gap which links us to the health and safety manual, this will allow us to keep this manual up to date with timely revisions without having to bring back the gap to the Board of Trustees for every tweak or slight change. You will also notice on page 57 that we have linked a number of reference gaps to health and safety, which were previously not affiliated with this policy. And I'm happy to answer any questions the trustees may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none.
G2 is revised policy 8.12, personal electronic
Madam
devices.
Director,
Chief.
sorry, we have a recommendation.
Oh, my apologies.
No
Yeah,
problem.
go ahead.
So that the Bylaw Policy Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that revised policy 4.70, health and safety, be approved and adopted as amended. Moved by Trustee Bria Corbett. All in favor? Anybody against? Seeing none. Sorry, you have a question to this policy? Okay. Trustee D'Souza has a question now.
You, Mr. Chairman. If my understanding is right, this health and safety manual is going to be part of our GAP.
So through the chair, a number of pieces of legislation are required by policy. So workplace violence discrimination program, that's housed in our workplace health and safety manual. What we are proposing is that this GAP will actually link it right to the health and safety manual so that staff are able to access it very quickly.
So if I understand you right, GAP is going to be blank and it's going to be one line saying refer to the manual.
Through the chair, perhaps I can respond. The gap, which is, I believe, included in your package, it's not blank, but it is brief, and it includes a reference to the health and safety manual. There are some elements of the gap that specifically refer to our obligations in the policy, but we felt that to place an entire document in a gap was too much, so we've added a link to it. And that allows us to change it as we do with the police school board protocol. Every item that is included in the health and safety manual is a requirement for school boards to have in place. And so it required a link to policy and procedure. I hope that answers the question.
It does not. I'll repeat my question. This gap, health and safety, Occupational Health and Safety Act, health and safety is the gap, I would assume, will not have content. However, it will state, refer to the health and safety manual. So this gap will not come to us for revisions or review, because the manual will be a living document that will be changed as and when the ministry says to change it. My understanding right?
Through the chair, yes, I understand the question now. I didn't understand it before, so I apologize for that. The new gap, the only items that are specific to it are references regarding our obligation to the Occupational Health and Safety Manual. The actual link to the Health and Safety Manual is provided in the gap, but because we are often required to make minute and numerous changes to the manual, that will be made without the manual necessarily coming before trustees. We would always bring major changes before trustees, but sometimes the changes that we make are quite minor and are required of us through legislation regardless.
All these gaps are being deleted. One line saying refer to health and safety manual.
Sorry. Through the chair, I did an entire review of the gaps. They're not being deleted. They're being added as reference points because in some direct link to the health and safety department, some are more indirect, but they all do fall under the umbrella of health and safety. So those gaps are not being removed. They have been added to the policy as a reference point. What we're suggesting is a new gap, which will actually reference the health and safety manual itself.
Okay, I mean, you me all around and then fed me around my head. Bottom line is these gaps which are in red will make reference to the health and safety manual, online, right? Won't be content in the gap.
So through the chair, the gap which has this health and safety manual contained in it as a link is new. What is also new is an explicit reference, I think, to your point, which is that we are now in policy 4.70, specifically naming all of the gaps that have any reference to health and safety at all. So if any of those were to change, they would come before trustees. The only thing that we are, I guess, not including overtly are some of the highly specific procedural points that are outlined in the health and safety manual. However, that manual is in and of itself shown as a reference to policy 4.70.
Because when you come to think about it, I'm sure that everything we do now, gap, is directed by the ministry, more or less. Like more rather than less. So by creating this health and safety manual, you can create an operational manual, a technology manual, admissions manual. The gap can be obsolete. You just have manuals because the manuals have to be edited every time there's a change or there's a request by the ministry or there's a new legislation. So what we're doing is basically where health and safety is concerned, we are diluting the gap and having a manual separately, which is being referenced, and that manual will not come to us for us to know what changes have happened, because those changes will be done as and when directed and required by the ministry.
So through the chair, I take the point with regards to diluting the gap. One of the ways that we felt we were not doing that was by actually including every single gap that had any reference to health and safety in the policy itself. But also, we have other manuals, as Trustee D'Souza mentioned. We require them for the operation of our schools. We will ensure that any substantive changes.
Define substantive.
I cannot, through the
Good
chair. It is, we endeavor to bring any substantive change to you, but sometimes we are required to make minor changes in terms of day-to-day school operations. If it's the will of trustees that we bring those minor changes to you for review, you would likely see the health and safety manual at every meeting of this committee going forward, but we would be happy to do so.
Oh, I mean, my only concern is that there's so many things like bomb threat, emergency response procedure, lockdown, hold, secure, shelter in place. And these are basic BAU stuff which are referred to, I mean, which we get calls as trustees from parents. And if it's going to be a reference to a manual, say, hey, you know what, check that manual which we've created and which is going to get edited as and when required. it's diluting the gap, according to me, is my opinion, because there's so many gaps which will now make reference to that manual. The manual is going to be a living document which keeps getting changed, and we won't know what's happening. When gaps were changed, they always came to us saying, hey, these are the changes we are making in the gap, and the review happens once a year. Try to. Once in 4 years. Okay.
Through the chair, we review our gaps on a 5-year cycle. We are not always able to review it. 20% of our gaps every year, but that is what we strive to do. It is actually with that in mind that we made this change, because we sometimes are required by the ministry to. I'll give you a very concrete example. If there's a change in the schedule that custodians have to follow when they flush water fountains in schools, that has to be actioned immediately. And if that had to come before trustees, it would become difficult for us to get that done immediately. So that is, but those would be the only types of changes that would be made to the manual without bringing them to trustees. If anything, the new policy, and Superintendent Strong can chime in here, the new policy includes more gaps and a new gap than we have ever had before, with an effort to ensure that all of the references to health and safety are in one place.
That's the manual, it's not a gap anymore.
Through the chair, I understand your point.
Director
Manual
Moss.
is not controlled by us. Gaps are controlled by us, it's owned by us as trust. Our living document.
I understand. Through the chair, policy is the purview of trustees. We operationalize through the gaps so that we can have efficiently running schools. But I do understand your point. Thank you.
Director Maserati, would like to comment?
Yeah, perhaps I can provide some clarity. The intent of putting a link through the gap to this manual as being referenced is not to diminish its importance in any way. It's just a more efficient way of providing that to the community. We also have that, I believe, with Catholic School Council policy. There's a gap there that says, you know, we used to have this really big binder that's set outside the gap. And that was actually a concern, that if we didn't reference that the Catholic School Council policies and procedures wasn't linked to that gap, then there was no knowledge of it existing. So while it's a link, it's still a gap. It's still connected to the gap. I think what Trustee D'Souza is indicating is that we have a practice of bringing forward any changes that we're making to gaps for trustees' information, and obviously any input that they might have. It's a way in which we're operationalizing your policy and procedure. But you're raising a good point, Trustee D'Souza, that you need to ensure that your trustees are being kept up to date around how your policies are being implemented. So since our practice with all other gaps is to ensure that we bring it forward, typically at a bylaw and policy meeting, then we need to ensure and assure the trustees that even though this is a link because of the magnitude of the document, it's still general administrative procedure. And if there are changes to that, trustees need to be apprised of it. Now, I will have an offline consult with Superintendent Strong and Superintendent Vecchierino to get some sense of how often do we see those kinds of changes or directives that come down to the ministry that would need to be reflected in the gap that has a link to it, to a larger, set of information. If that's going to be fairly frequent, then we either just tag it on to the agenda of whatever meeting's coming up. But my concern would be, as referenced here this evening, it can't stop us from implementing, because we're going to have to implement when the ministry gives it that kind of direction. But we also want trustees to have an awareness that there has been a change to the gap, which includes a link to a larger body of procedures, quite frankly, that schools have to follow. So we will ensure that trustees are apprised of, or we come forward when those changes are made. It may not run the cycle of it, you may be seeing, to Superintendent or Executive Superintendent Vecchierino's point, that may mean that we may be frequently bringing forward through a meeting for receipt information around changes that needed to happen to that particular gap that has a body of procedures attached to it. I'm not sure if Trustee D'Souza is responding. I'm not hearing anything.
Not yet. 1 second. Okay. Trustee D'Souza has done? Okay, thank you. Any other questions before we go further? Seeing none. G3, policy.
G3 is policy 8.04, partnership and business arrangements, Executive Superintendent Chair
Sorry,
Papas.
apologies, Madam Director, G2.
Oh, again, yes, there's a
Oh, that was
there's
my
an
fault.
action item there. My fault. I'm a little bit rusty this evening.
Oh, it was my fault. Don't worry about it. Go ahead, please.
Right,
G2
because we
revised
did pass
policy
that motion. The
8.12.
question came after the motion being passed, right?
Yes.
So policy 804, partnership and business arrangements,
No,
Executive
Madam Director, sorry, back to G2, revised policy 8.12, personal electronic devices.
Right. Oh, my goodness.
Chief
Okay,
Information Officer McIsaac.
right.
I'll do it for you this time.
Thank you. Over
Go ahead,
to
please.
CIO McIsaac.
Good evening. Through the chair, I'd like to refer you to page 64 of your package of revised policy 8.12 of personal electronic devices. The policy has been updated to reflect recent changes in PPM 128 that has been provided to us by the Ministry of Education. And it reflects recent changes to the Education Act regarding the student use of personal electronic devices in schools. There are a number of items within the gap, within the policy that have been updated and are reflected in 8.12, as well as associated gap 541.00. I'm not going to go into a number of the items, but for your reference, some of the items that have been referred to in the policy is the requirement for all members of the school community to refrain from the use of their personal electronic devices during instructional time, as well as the need for students in grades 7 through 12 to keep their personal electronic devices stored out of view and powered off unless explicitly requested by the teacher for instructional time. The same, we have updated the policy for students in grade 6 and younger to keep their personal electronic devices stored and out of view, as well as powered off, unless again instructed by the teacher to be used during the classroom time. We have, as you know, the PPM has referred to some general practices of what is to be done in the classroom. And subsequent to that, we have added some general information regarding consequences for students who do not hand in their personal electronic devices, as well as the need for principals to communicate annually with parents and guardians for the personal electronic devices, policy contents and consequences for non-compliance. Based on the number of changes that PPM 128 has given to the school boards and the impact, we felt the need to update policy 8.12 as well as GAP 541. Is there any questions?
So start a list here. Trustee Daryl D'Souza. Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay, Trustee Daryl D'Souza, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things which is one of the requirements in this 128 specifies that from grade 7 upwards or kindergarten to grade 12, students need to switch off their devices when they enter school building, unless approved or unless allowed to keep it on, to keep their device on. What can we do as Afrin Peel Technology Department to make sure that that happens?
You're the chair. That is a more complicated question and answer because we currently ensure that the network is available both for our teachers and for our students to do their learning. The other thing is we also know that some students, not all, could be bringing a device that already has a data and phone plan, and we would not be able to turn off the use of them accessing any network. Certainly, we can do some additional discovery. However, I would not recommend it because it could impact the teaching from the educator, as well as if the student is needing to use it during classroom.
Do we have servers in every class, every school?
Servers?
Yeah.
No, we do not have servers for our networks. I'm assuming you're referring to the wireless?
No, I'm talking about individual servers in every school, or we use the cloud for all our information.
Yeah, through the chair, I think it depends on if we're referencing a specific system like our SIS or our HR systems, or if we are referring to the use of our wireless.
No, I'm not talking about the network. I'm saying
Okay.
when a teacher teaches a certain course, information that is retrieved, is it stored in the building in a server or on the cloud?
Yeah, through the chair, it depends on the system. In most cases, it's either sitting in the cloud, for example, our SIS, but on occasion, it could be a system that we are housing in our data center here at the CEC.
Easy. So it's
Correct.
not in every school premises.
Correct.
What about not allowing access to students in our schools on social networking sites? Can those be blocked?
Through the chair, we already block all social media sites to students and staff on the board network.
If they go through VPN, they can.
They would have to be going to their own
Private VPN, yeah.
Correct. And those are very difficult for us to block because we wouldn't know the IP addresses of every personal VPN.
We can block the known VPNs anyway, right? Well, are we doing that?
No, through the chair, we are.
Free VPNs, I mean, whatever, few hundred, list them down and just block all those.
Correct. Through the chair, we are using tools to support us in blocking large sites. I can double check with the team to see if we are blocking free VPNs. But I can't confirm right now. I can bring it back through issues and events.
But we should do that. Free VPNs, we should block it because not many of our students will be paying for VPN subscription $20 a month.
For sure. I'll bring it back through issues and events to confirm if we do or not. And if we do not, then I will instruct the team to, if it is easy to implement, to go ahead and block.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Trustee Bruno Inica, Trustee Bria Corbett, anybody online? No, go ahead, Trustee Bruno Inica.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 65, just above the recommendation, the requirement that principals communicate to parents and guardians detail of this policy and consequences for non-compliance on an annual basis. how will that be done? When will that be done? Considering September is, I won't say around the corner, it has to, June has to finish and then you have to hopscotch over July and August, but when will that be done? Because out there, people, parents believe that they're literally banned 100%.
So through the chair, I will speak on behalf of work that the research department has done in collaboration with Superintendent Murphy's department with regards to digital citizenship more broadly. So first of all, we do have a well-developed 4 times a year system of reminders for administrators where all relevant policies and gaps that require action along the lines of reminders are provided to them. The most substantive part of those reminders is provided to administrators in August. As part of that, it is my understanding that research and program department are working together on specifically what that component of this will look like. So reminders around the absolutes of digital citizenship. So you can, you cannot, understanding that there are cases where technology is a valuable aid to a lesson. And as part of those supports, communication materials will be provided to schools that they can send home for parents. That's part one. Additionally to that, we also have our digital network agreements that students sign, and they will be, students and families will be reminded that that is binding upon them in terms of compliance. And third, although we don't have the most hopes for this, we have heard that the Ministry of Education plans to develop a working group through which they will provide us with additional supports. We're not sure that that will necessarily happen, but we have ensured that our policies and gaps are aligned to PPM 128 and are producing the relevant instructional materials.
So
Sorry, Trustee Veronica, sorry, before you say that, Director Maria Mazzarato has a comment as well. Sorry.
Thank you. And further to what was shared by Executive Superintendent Vecchierino, I think what Trustee Ionica is wanting to understand is with the information that we know currently, we need to ensure that the parents have that information in a timely way rather than waiting to the day before school starts. I think we can alleviate some of that anxiety if we're able to provide some clarity before the end of June with the information that we do know with respect to the use of mobile phones in schools. And so once this policy is passed, we'll certainly work to see whether or not we can get some initial information out to our community before the end of school, so that they have that going into the summer rather than being a little bit anxious all summer long around what the implications of this is going to be for their children.
if I could, Mr. Chairman, I'll be very honest with you. I don't think that they're going to have anxiety July and August. I think the anxiety will come in September. But I want to make sure that the kids are aware of the policy as well. That to me was going to be my secondary question, but I do have a third one, but I'll follow up with how are the students going to be advised, educated, reprimanded, whatever we need to do to ensure policy is followed.
So through the chair, I can begin to comment on that. When we reviewed our existing policy on personal electronic devices, there were actually very few substantive changes that needed to be made. Our policy already reflected much of the spirit of what the province issued. At the most common level, I believe that all principals in secondary schools and all principals in elementary schools, when addressing their students, in particular in grades 6, 7, and 8, include the rules, if you will, with regards to personal electronic devices in their grade assemblies or their divisional assemblies. And depending on the school and the grade level, they provide students with an understanding of what happens when the rules aren't followed. There are concerns at the school level about the PPM 128 and the announcement by the minister in terms of who will be responsible, for example, for the collection of devices. And those are some of the plans that we need to continue to review over the summer, working collaboratively, as I said earlier, with our program department and our legal department as well. To your point, there are significant concerns that will be felt by staff when working to enforce this PPM.
Mr. Chairman, without going through my same concerns that I had at the board table, this may be another powder keg that our staff have to deal with. And I say that, and not all, some will follow the rules and that's just who they are. Some will defy, and some parents will defy and say it's my right. Maybe you're right, but not in our schools. And so I'm worried about the message and the follow through, because on September 28th or 29th, whatever the last day of school is, I can do this during class, all intents and purposes. Come September 3rd, I can't do that. And they're in their minds, and I'm only assuming, and I'm not reading into what may or may not happen, I'm just guessing, but in their minds, I did it in June, what's the difference? And that is where I believe that our staff will have some challenges. I'm just putting it out there. On one of the 6 bullets that are in this presentation, which was done very well, by the way, I was very impressed with this. It talked about a medical device, using it as a medical device. I use my phone as a medical device. My phone alerts me when my blood sugar is going below a certain level that I set it at personally. Well, that will still be allowed. I know from reading it, still will be allowed. How will it be explained to a colleague of mine that I can have my phone, they can't? That is the type of stuff, again. You know, I only say that because to me, this is extremely important. So, but to others, they don't see it that way. They don't understand why Bruno needs it, right? They just say, I can't have it. Then they go home and say, well, Bruno has it. And this is where my concern comes in. I mean, I like the policy, I'll be very honest with you, but we need to educate our parents. We need to educate our students. And we need for them to understand and be on board, because today, I can tell you, kids show up at the office, and the assistant will say, what are you doing here, John? My mom's coming to pick me up. Well, how did your mother know? Come and pick you up. I called her on my cell phone. That's going to happen. And I guess we have to relay, the report says it, they got to come down to the office and use the phone that's there unless there's approval. I'm concerned about the implementation for our staff. That's where I'm coming from.
If I can, through the chair, I think your concerns are echoed by everybody when we first read this, because it is something that is absolutely brand new and a complete change of practice. And that example you used about why one student may be able to use this, even play that out further. If the parent contacts the school and says, why does Max get to use it, not my son? The reality is I can't even share that with you, right? So I think the honest truth is, as Director Mazzarato mentioned, if the policy is passed this evening, we begin to work directly with General Manager Bruce Campbell to start a campaign now so people understand what is coming in September, with the full understanding that the first day of school, something's going to misfire. And it's going to be we're fortunate enough, we're in close consultation with both the elementary and secondary PVP association. So we hear these on a regular basis. So if there are concerns with how it's being implemented, then that's something we come back and we either have to adjust the policy. But I don't think any policy, anything have in front of everybody today is going to completely go smoothly come September, because there's going to be scenarios that we're going to try to navigate. But we're going to have some bumps in the road as we implement this policy, as you could all imagine.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could, and I know, Max, you want to add to that. I can tell you, just from speaking to some parents, that the newsletter is so damn long. I don't want to read it, Bruno. I don't have time to read it. I like the messages that go out in our school newsletters. I think that they're of value to parents. If we put this policy, or here's what's coming in September, in a newsletter, buried in the newsletter, people won't read it. And as much as I am not in favor of sending a hard copy home, parents do go through a kid's backpack. Parents have told me that, right? Most communication now is done by electronically. But I've been to council meetings, and I'm not special. I believe every one of my trustees, colleagues have been to council meetings where parents have said, "Oh, I didn't see that." And the principal will say, "I sent that out 3 times." That tells me somebody doesn't read newsletter. That is a concern, again, that I have, because people won't understand it. It's just I mean, it happened as early as last week.
Through the chair, we'll have to ensure that communication is ongoing. And as I know, General Manager Campbell's office strives to do with all issues, we'll also communicate through a variety of media. So school messenger, social media, the board social media, and newsletters as well. I mentioned earlier, the digital citizenship support that we plan to provide will be part of the grade level assemblies for all schools. And in those, one aspect of them is already planned to be with regard to responding to your point about how some individuals make use of their phone. We've been stressing from a special education perspective, for example, that fairness is not sameness. So you may see student X in the row next to yours from time to time, without naming names and without shaming, but you may see that 1 or 2 students in this class have to access their phone for whatever reason. That's going to happen. That being said, will it be easy? No. And to Associate Director Del Bianco's earlier point, the first couple of weeks of school will not be without incident in that regard. The PPM itself is complex in terms of implementation.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, I don't want to drag this on, but there will be some students that will do it just because that's what they do. They follow the rules. And there'll be some that will not want to do it, but they understand that they should do it and have to do it. And then there'll be some that say, "Screw you, I'll do what I want." I mean, based on some of the extracurricular meetings that some of the trustees, or 3 at one time, have. We see it, we hear it, and it's becoming too often. And Margaret would know, because in most cases she's part of those conversations. So I'm worried about people that we should be worried about. So as long as parents are aware, that's all I'm concerned about. And the kids, of course, for sure, they're going to be the ones that, so Just the food for thought. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Trustee Bria Corbett, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to CIO McIsaac for the presentation. It was excellent. We've had this policy for some time, and I don't think it was even consistently compliant at the school level. So I do share Trustee Ianika's concerns that now that we have additional, we're required by the PPM 128. Absolutely, I think we need to front load this with parents and students and staff, so everyone's well informed. But many of our educators, they do use the personal electronic devices. We don't have enough computers in our schools. We don't have enough technology for every student. They do leverage their personal electronic devices as a way to support the curriculum that they're delivering. So I think in many cases, it's still going to be necessary on a daily basis, just from an educational perspective. But I also know we have cases, emergency cases, where we've got lockdowns, hold and secures, fire evacuations, and students are messaging their parents before police are on site, before it's hit the news. And so times of emotional upset, yes, I think parents are going to have concerns that they don't have ready access to their child when they want assurance that everything is okay. Oftentimes communication from the schools comes after, which makes sense. After police have cleared the scene, there's been, debrief, everyone's deemed safe, but that comes later, and parents want to know at the time what's going on. So I think there needs to be clarity specifically around that piece, especially when we come to page 64, where it says the new requirement that students hand in their PEDs when an educator sees they're not stored out of sight. So we're going to have to figure out where is out of sight, and how are students going to hand these over, especially when parents may want their child to have their cell phone with them. And then the other point about added consequences for students who do not hand in their PEDs when required, including progressive discipline and suspension, is going to have to be very clear, because we're going to then see more challenges in terms of families wanting to, escalate matters that really could have been dealt at the classroom level, and hopefully with the school administrator. So I share Trustee Ianika's concerns. I think clarity for sure, understanding in terms of the expectations up front, and then of course consequences and realistic. I think we have to be realistic. The current age that we are in, students don't shut off devices. I don't know many parents, some do and insist on it for their children, but there's also that attachment to a personal electronic device. Even adults have it. Tell you to go on a vacation from your personal electronic device or go off your social media for a week. Many adults can't do that. So I think we're just going to have to really have a lot of compassion and a lot of patience with these kids in terms of managing how this is a huge change. It will be a huge change. And it applies to grades 7 to 12. So the grade 6s and younger, there's some information there for them, but many families will have children across the grades, and it will be different expectations as well. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Bria, to this point.
Exactly.
Or another question?
No, exactly to Trustee Corbett's point. I was at Father Zandon last night, and I talked about a teacher that I know that at the beginning of the morning, there's a basket and everybody puts their phones in there. And at 3:29, when the school day is ending, get their phones back. 3:30, it's dismissal, and off they go. There's never been an issue this year. They was a little disgruntled at the very beginning, but they kind of get used to it. The person was away one day, and everybody followed suit. Everybody walked in, phone there, and away you go. And I raised that last night at council, and one of the teachers said, I'm not doing that. I'm now responsible for this phone? No. That's not my responsibility. My responsibility is to educate and to teach. My responsibility is not to watch somebody else's phone because they're using it. And that's where the conversation with our, I'm looking at Stephanie specifically, with our friends, need to be had to say, hey, look, we need cooperation here. We can't do this by ourselves. So again, I say it only because the mindset is, I'm not doing it. It's not, oh, you know what? I'm not sure if I'm going to do it, not do it. It was quickly, I'm not doing it. That's not my job. So, I mean, this is why I go to council meetings, and this is why I talk about, I didn't even know till last night. I didn't know till today when I read the agenda that this was on the agenda, or else I would have printed out a copy and handed it out. But now it's going to be a challenge. And I don't understand. It goes back to my comment before. People come up with these great ideas, but nobody thinks about how they're going to be implemented. And we, our staff, have to sit back and figure it out. And along the way, there are significant bumps and bruises that we take. And I don't mean physical, I mean mental bumps that we take. You know, and people just say, well, I want this 8.2 and 541. I want this as a gap for all schools deemed by the ministry. Go ahead, here you go, do it. The go ahead is fine. The doing it is the challenge, because they're not sitting across a teacher like that has, and she's a great teacher. Let me be very clear with that. But she has that attitude. I'm not taking responsibility for a $1,200, $1,300 phone. I'm not doing it. And my room is unlocked and somebody walks in and takes 3 or 4 of them. Now what? That is going to be the challenge. And I don't believe that staff don't realize that, because I think our staff is very, very, very astute on challenges and opportunities that we have on a daily basis. This just adds to the pile. My 2 cents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? I'll pass off the chair actually to Trustee Beer Corbett. I have a couple questions myself. Page 68, number 9. The school principal, in conjunction with support of their school staff, is responsible for ensuring the implementation and management. And so in red, principals are further required to communicate annually with the parents and guardians the contents of this policy. Is there a reason why it's only annually? Like, to Trustee Bruno-Nico's point, parents aren't going to read it. They're not going to read it. They're say, I never saw it. Prove it to me. Can we not do it more than once? So if it's in high school per term, elementary school per semester, or whatever, like, or even September, January, after March break, whatever.
So through the chair, as was mentioned earlier, the ministry requires a minimum of once per year. We provide schools with 4 times yearly reminders of items that are required to be addressed by principals, some with staff, some with students, some with the office staff, etc. And we will ensure that this is one of the items that receives multiple reminders. Regardless, it is already in place in terms of student discipline presentations, which occur, I would say, at a minimum twice a year in both elementary and secondary school, depending on the grade level.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, I don't see it on here, but is there anything that says that students will be reminded as well multiple times? Or I was trying to read through and I didn't see it. I only saw parents and guardians.
So through the chair, when I talked about earlier, digital citizenship, it is through those presentations that students are reminded, that students are reminded, my apologies. Staff will be reminded through the 4 times yearly reminders. And we are working on creating messaging for the parent community over the summer, and they will receive multiple messages throughout the year, especially as we implement.
Thank you. Being a parent that have kids in the system, every year in September, mid-September, early October, whatever it is, beginning of the year, I always get a stack full of papers that I have to sign and everything else and basically sign my life away. I know if I remember correctly, one of them is digital citizenship for that. So it's great that, although I don't like using paper, but it's great that this is getting home and every student has to sign it and send it back because then the teachers hound the kids for it. But the question is, when students as of in high school, because as of the age of 14, you can get a job in Ontario. But it says here about 16, 17, and 18. When students start high school in grade 9, do they also sign something personally in their homeroom saying, I agree that I will use my phone when I have to do it, when I have to use it or can use it, and that I agree with understanding that using a private network, which is still public because technically we still control it, that privacy is not expected.
So through the chair, yes, the students in our schools and parents for younger students sign off on the Catholic Code of Conduct, and this is an element that will be included in the Catholic Code of Conduct during the work that we do over the summer.
Thank you very much. I think you answered one of my other questions, Madam Chair, if you don't mind. 1.6. Nope, that's already been done. Does this policy also cover like wireless headphones, AirPods and such? Because you can have your phone away, but if you have it in your ear, you have long hair.
Through the chair, the term personal electronic devices is designed to include smartwatches, Bluetooth devices, anything that allows for communication and access to the internet. So yes.
And I might add, I think the Executive Superintendent Vecchierino, you might want to reference the page where it talks about wearable technology. So earpods, watches, all of that would be covered under that term, wearable technology.
So through the chair, that is the word that we use. Anything that is on the person in whatever way.
I hate to beat this further, but can we have a glossary of wearable? Because somebody's going to say, well, I'm just trying to say, because as Trustee Brianica mentioned, an instructor is going to have a problem trying to enforce this. The last thing you need is to have confrontation in a class. So I don't agree with having glossaries, but if we have a glossary, then say, well, what is that? Is it not the same?
Through the chair, we'll make sure that we capture as many forms of technology as we're aware of. They do develop over time, and there's soon to be apparently wearable glass. Well, they're already there that give you a lot of information. But we will provide with many, with as exhaustive a list as we possibly can, so that people know not to try to get around it. Absolutely. Thank you for the suggestion.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And next, Trustee Bruno Iannica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lastly, this report I'll be printing out and bringing with me to council meetings and leaving it with the different schools. And I knew it's June 4th. I think there's 3 or 4 council meetings that I will be attending before the end of the school year. It's not all of them, but at least I think I'll do it for the schools of this board that I represent, and in consultation with the other trustees that I share schools with. If they want to do it that same night, but I don't think we have, with the exception of one, I don't think that we have any other meetings jointly till September. But I don't think that, you know, here's what came to the board bylaw and policy committee. It's coming in September. We want you to be aware of it. It will basically be in a small synopsis of what it will be. And, you know, leave it with them, because I think our responsibility is to give our communities the heads up. I know it couldn't have come earlier. I get it, and I know why. But if we had it earlier, we would have been able to reach out and be, you know, and share more with our communities. Because I think when I go to meetings and I leave stuff, or I talk about stuff and then I leave it, it's something that they can take back, photocopy, and then everybody gets a copy, or I email it to the principal. That's why sometimes I ask for the reports for all trustees. I email it to the principal and say, I'm going to be talking about this. I'm not sure if you want to share it with council. I'll leave it up to you, but I'm going to be talking about it tonight, right? So whatever the situation is. In this particular case, it'll be this. So it might be something that my colleagues might want to consider. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Anika. Are there any other questions of staff for item G2? Seeing none. So there is a motion on page 65 of your agenda, as provided for consideration, that the Board Bylaw Policy Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that revised policy 8.12, personal electronic devices, be approved and adopted as amended. Would someone like to move the motion?
So I move, Thomas.
Oh, thank you, Trustee Thomas. I heard you online. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Back to you.
Thank you very much. G3, policy 8.04.
Partnership and business arrangements, Executive Superintendent Chirapaka.
Thank you, and good evening. Through the chair, this report starts on page 85 of your agenda. Policy 8.04 has come forward to the committee previously. A couple of the noted changes that were addressed included an addition of definitions, some minor language updates, and a change to the title of the policy to change it from partnerships and business arrangements to partnerships and sponsorships. This evening, the policy is coming back with some further change to include a phased approval thresholds by panel that will recognize the autonomy of our principals to deal with some low-value sponsorships at the schools, and recognize thresholds for when it would be key to involve our respective superintendents in the review and approval process, and then when it would be a requirement to involve executive council in those decisions. That's the report this evening, and happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none. There is a recommendation that the board bylaw policy review committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that policy 8.04, partnerships and sponsorships, be approved and amended. Can I have somebody move it, please? Moved by Sean Xavier. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. G4.
Revised policy 6.58, school blessings, school rededications, official openings, Executive Superintendent Vecchierino.
As trustees have heard me say a number of times, as we have been reviewing our policies over the past number of years, in addition to our ongoing cycle of review to ensure that content is up to date, relevant, and reflective of all appropriate policies provided to us by the ministry as well as other statutes, we are also trying to ensure that our policies make sense to the end user. So mostly our principals. In the case of the policies that are before you this evening, we have recommended that policy 6.58 be revised and cluster a number of other items, because these are often, our administrators have told us that these are items that they would like to access all in one place. And so to avoid duplication and therefore avoid confusion and poor practice, we have not made any deletions, so nothing has been removed, but we have clustered policies on school blessings, school rededications, and official openings, so that administrators are aware of the practices associated with all of these. That is shown, the recommendation reflects that. The report, which begins on page 93, highlights the points that I've just made. The changes that have been made are, as I said, of a technical nature, with one exception. With regards to legislation, which we are required to follow, the Access for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. In GAP 715, which is attached to this policy, we have noted that every effort is to be made when specific spaces are allocated. So for example, a wing of a school or a chapel, that administrators and their teams and anybody who is consulted on the work specifically make sure that the space is accessible to the extent possible by all. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, we go to the recommendation. The Board and Bylaw Policy Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that revised policy 6.58, school blessings, school rededications, official openings be approved and adopted as amended. Can I have a mover, please?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move, but I have a question before I move.
So we have a question before we move. Trustee Mario Pascucci, go ahead, please.
Yeah, through you to Max, it just occurred to me the other day. I was at one of the elementary schools the other day, and I noticed that there was these nice plaques. There's no question, there's some lovely plaques out there. But what we used to do, and I'd be one of the people who took a fault of this, the fact is that we used to just put initials. I'd like to know if it's possible we can make sure that the full name of the individual that is determined in any type of product, things that we do, that in fact the full name is used, so it's been understood who it is, not M. Pascucci, but Mario Pascucci, or whoever. Okay, Mr. Chairman?
Staff?
Yeah, so through the chair, at one point, I'm not sure I heard every single word, but if I understand correctly, the trustee is asking that when individuals are recognized on our plaques, which are mentioned in the policy, that first and last names be written out. That is absolutely possible, and we will work through that.
Yeah, there's a lot of schools out there with an M. Pascucci or a G. Jared or whatever the names are. And it doesn't really give them full, I mean, it's nice, it's recognition. I know why they did it in the past. That was the context and it's the ritual. But I think of the full name of the individual. I mean, asking the family is the one thing to do as well. But I would think most of them would want to have full names anyway. And that may include a middle initial or whatever. But anyway, just to make sure that we cover everything properly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Max. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, so it was moved by, I didn't have a mover yet. Trustee Luz de Rosario? Sorry. Oh, sorry, it was Trustee Mario Pascucci who moved it, sorry. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. G5, appropriate dress code, school uniforms.
Appropriate dress codes and school uniforms policy will be presented by Executive Superintendent Vecchierino.
As trustees are aware, because we came before you earlier in the year, and as part of our regular cycle of review, we have reviewed and done extensive consultation, as is required of us, with regards to our dress code. Dress code is a word that I will use throughout this presentation to refer to the overall amount of work that we've done, but considered within this report are our uniform policies in secondary, uniform and dress code policies in elementary, and more about that later in the presentation, as well as the dress code that students would adopt in secondary school on days when the uniform is not worn, like Civies days. As trustees are aware, sorry, I'm going to be switching between two sets of notes so that I try to make as much sense as I possibly can from multiple viewpoints. We felt that it was most clear for parents and schools if we had one overall policy, and this was presented to trustees as well. So policy 7.18 will be the overarching policy, and we would have multiple gaps to approach the topics that were mentioned by me just now. The research department consulted broadly with all of our advisory councils. So our Black Community Advisory Council, our Indigenous Education Council, our Special Education Advisory Council, Student Senate, and the Central Committee for Catholic School Councils, as well as at the request of trustees with every single one of our parents. They all had access to a survey. And we asked them to provide us with their input on a number of topics. Broadly, Appendix A of the report, so the report begins on page 105, but if you scroll down to the appendices, which begin on page 108, you will see the responses that this consultation yielded. Feedback was varied, as I think everyone in this room can predict. Some people felt strongly about item X, some people felt strongly about item Y, and lots of people were somewhere in the middle. So what we tried to do was to gain insight on the following. First of all, we wanted to make sure that our dress code, and trustees are aware of what we proposed at your request earlier in the year, when not wearing a uniform, that students would cover from their shoulders to their mid-thigh. Admittedly, these are words that are open for definition, with the exception of some items that are worn during physical education. We asked them, is that easy to understand? Is it clear to you? Then we asked people to comment on whether they agreed with it or not. And secondly, we asked a lot of questions with regards to our uniform policy in particular, and in elementary, what parents thought about the various options when it came to a dress code or a policy. I will try to summarize the feedback as we have it. Parents, the one item that seemed to stand out was that not all secondary schools offer athletic pants among their uniform options. That seemed to be of great importance to a number of parents, and we will ensure that that is something that we address with our provider. When it comes to the school uniform, I think there was general acceptance in secondary that uniforms are what students wear. So in secondary, the only comments came to us with regards to Civies days, and I will address those in just a moment. When it came to elementary, our policy currently stated that elementary schools could choose to go one of two ways if they didn't want to have no dress code. And that is one, to have a dress code, can people hear me? Mm-hmm. Okay. I started not hearing myself, but that's probably something I should discuss with my physician. The dress code was an item which we had previously positioned in two ways, and we are required to review our previous policy. So would schools be in favor of a color scheme, if you will, blue pants, white top, blue bottom, etc., or a uniform? As it turns out, there were some parents who indicated that they felt that the option of a uniform in elementary was mandatory, even though I can tell you that none of our schools has one. That being said, some of those parents noted that uniforms would be extremely expensive. So my sense is that that is not something that will move forward with any of our communities. For trustees' reference, the 3 schools who in the past 3 years have explored a color scheme not a uniform, but a color scheme in elementary, were not able to meet the minimum threshold. Even the lowered minimum threshold that we're recommending this evening, none of our schools was able to meet that. So it seems as though, based on the reality of what's happening in our schools, elementary school parents are in favor of students making their own choices when it comes to what they wear to school. The report is lengthy. It includes feedback from all of the stakeholders that I'd mentioned. But in terms of a summary, what we are proposing is to continue to support that what students wear to school is respectful of all. So no hate speech in particular, no profane language, and that when it comes to covering the body, so that there is no gender-based shaming or a consistent approach, which is supportive of teacher practice and student experience, and is relatively easy to enforce. And as was mentioned to trustees previously, we are covering from the torso to the middle of the thigh. Happy to take any questions.
Taking list of questions, trustee Bruno Inica, I have trustee Daryl D'Souza. Anybody else? Seeing none, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just with regards to the elementary, not uniform, but elementary wear, will schools still be able to solicit input from parents and see if they reach the new plateau? I think it was 60% versus the 70. So if that can continue to happen, what happens if 61% say okay, and 39% say no, I can't do it? The comments that I've had from the parents of this board that I represent is, well, what's the process then of, why have a school uniform? Like, I don't call it a school uniform like a secondary, but you know what I mean? It's white and blue, blue and white, whatever scheme you decide to choose. And I mean, my comment was, you can always go to the Gap, buy a golf shirt and a blue pair of pants. And some parents pulled me aside and said, I can't do that. So I'm a little bit concerned, I'm a little bit concerned about that. So can staff tell me what can and can't be done? Will there be any repercussions for the student? I know the answer, but I gotta ask. What will or won't be done if the student does not where there's 61% that said yes?
So through the chair, that question was one that we contemplated early on in the process. So I will respond on a number of levels. First of all, for context, we do not engage in the process of a potential color scheme in elementary without the family of school superintendent being involved at the outset. To ensure that everyone is aware of the implications, the research department has developed a standardized survey, which is available to all schools, so that any school that goes down this road, as I said, we've had 3 go down the road in the past 3 years, so this is not something that happens frequently. But we've ensured that every school has dealt with the same survey, and so that there is an external locus of control, if you will. It is the research department that manages the survey on behalf of the principal. Although we have proposed at the request of some parents, lowering the threshold for the adoption of a color scheme from 75% to 60%, it is not 60% of the respondents, but it's 60% of the school population. So it's still a significant number for people to reach, which means that it's a hefty chunk of the people who participate. That being said, our feedback from parents does indicate, to the trustee's point, that some parents have made it clear that they would not agree to dress their children, in the color scheme, even if it was a school color scheme. So we know from the outset that there might be some parental push. In the 3 schools that did consider it, there was a goodly number of parents who felt that it might be a good idea, which is why we supported them in going through the process. It would become an act of finesse for the principal to balance. You are wearing blue and blue today instead of blue and yellow. And the difficulty there would be that some parents could make recourse to say, this is what I have, this is what I can afford, etc., which is probably why, in my own very limited understanding, which is probably why schools have not had success in that regard.
Just to be clear, Mr. Chairman, if I have a school of 100, okay, 100, is that 100 parents or 100 students?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have a process for that. So because typically this cannot be a change that's managed in year, it is students in grade JK to 7, each of whom generate a ballot, if you will, for their parents, up to a maximum of 1. So if you have 7 children from JK to grade 7, as a family, you get 1 vote.
Okay. My apologies for not being clear. If I have 100 ballots, yep, okay, and 30% of the population vote, 61% of the population vote in favor, or no, sorry, 61% of the 100 ballots, okay? 31% only respond. So I have 31 that respond, 100 ballots, 31 that don't, or 31 that do respond, and 30 that don't respond. I still don't get the 60% because I have 31.
Through the chair, that is correct. In
So
other
it's
words,
dead in the water from the get-go, unless all parents participate in the thing.
through the chair, that is correct, which is why we felt that at the request of some parents, it was reasonable to change the number 75 to 60, because it is not 60% of the people who vote, it's 60% of the number of families in the school. So it's still a fairly high number to reach.
We get 21.1% of the population to vote in a municipal election. And we're gonna think that some parents are gonna be surprised at that, because I'll be very honest with you, I'm shocked, because I know that we will never make that 60%, because not everybody is gonna vote. So of the 100 ballots, 31% vote, but 61%, you'll never get it. You can't possibly, if we get a school that reaches that 60%, I will eat my hat, because it will be one hell of a campaign to get everybody to vote. Because some parents, they'll just go, well, I already know if I don't vote, they need more votes. So why would I vote? You know, I don't know. It's plus, not all of those that ended up voting are going to say yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So through the chair, first of all, on a personal note, I'd like to be invited to the hat eating party. But after that, two important points. We were aware of the potential divisiveness of this process. And that's why we still felt that we needed a number like 60, because we knew that 60 would actually mean much more than 60. It would mean a very solid majority, because we didn't want it to be so close that all we really did was helping two sides of the school go head to head. So to your point, that's very important. And the second point is that turnout is poor typically. However, I must say that in the schools where this was considered, the parent council and maybe the subset of the parent council that was championing this proposal did advertise and solicit votes. So there was a good return, but nowhere near being enough to support the change.
I'll be very honest with you. I don't know if my colleagues understood the policy, because I'll be quite honest with you. I did not, just based on what you said, that it had to be 60% of the entire school population. So if I have 100 ballots, it has to be 60 that has to support it.
In the current policy, through the chair, it's 75. We
Yes,
are
yes,
proposing lowering it to
Yes,
60.
yes, yes. But I'll tell you, that's, okay, perfect. Now I get it. So thank you for the clarity. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Daryl D'Souza, and I have trustee Bria Corbett. Is there anybody else? Go ahead.
You, Mr. Chairman, we've specified that students can wear head coverings for religious matters, religious purposes, the hijab or the durag. Now, the fact that we are saying for religious purposes, there is a community in Brampton, large community, that for religious purposes carry a kirpan. Kirpan is a sword. If a student wears that and comes to school, is it permissible?
So through the chair, I will ask for a little bit of assistance on that from Council Beck. A kirpan is a knife. So to my understanding, we would probably want to handle that on a case-by-case basis. Up to now, in my work with the Equity Department in the past 8 years, we've had 2 requests. In both cases, we were able to advise very strongly that that knife could create problems for the student who wore it, and it did not end up going forward, but it is something that would have to be handled with a great degree of sensitivity. But we would not allow a weapon to be worn despite the
Not a weapon.
fact.
Religious.
But if I might add, through the chair, this actually, I think, was the focus of a human rights case many, 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 many years ago in the region, in the Peel District School Board. If they're wearing it for religious purposes, it could become a human rights case if we denied that. So long way of saying it would have to be permissible. But as Executive Superintendent has said, if we're faced with that, we deal with it on a case-by-case basis, but we'd have to handle it very, very sensitively, because if a parent or even the student was of the impression that they were denied the ability to wear a ceremonial kirpan, they could make it a human rights case, and we would lose.
Because it's one of those 5, call it the 5 Ks, touch, kirpan, case.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I mean, so from a human rights perspective, we will allow.
Yes.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Trustee Bria Corbett, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So through you. So back to page 106. The staff reduced the approval threshold for initiating elementary uniform at school from 75% of families of students registered in the school to 60%. So no, they may not agree, but I think it is important to have that 75 threshold reinstated. I would like there to be a strong community support before they proceed with it. At 60% is just barely over half, but before implementing any school uniform, it's a significant change for students. There's financial implications for families. I've had parents share that even the Old Navy or the Walmart school uniform, so the navy white, and it's supposedly readily accessible, they're actually not available throughout the school year. So when parents want to buy those school uniforms through those other outlets, they're not able to do so throughout the year. It's different than with secondary. We have McCarthy's uniforms. You can go anytime, any day, weekends, evenings, throughout the year to purchase those secondary uniform pieces. But there are significant barriers in terms of accessing the school uniforms. It's often very popular, accessible in the summer, September, October. But after that, the sizes, the availability really reduces. So while we think it's great that it's in Walmart and Old Navy, it's actually not. I have friends, parents that are in other boards where they have school uniforms, and the reality is it is quite challenging in terms of accessing, and especially when kids are little and they grow a lot faster. Sometimes, like my kids went through shoes, multiple sizes of shoes in one school year. So there's a lot to be said for going ahead with a uniform, even a navy and white color scheme. But and even for students, if they wear a white shirt, if that's what's decided on, and it has a Nike logo on it, you can't wear that as part of the uniform. So my preference would be to reinstate the 75% threshold. I would like strong community support so we can also back it up when parents come back and say, I did not want this, I did not choose this, and I don't want to leave my school, this board, because now of this change, where I can go across the street. I don't want to see that happen either. So 75% to me is strong support. It makes good sense. It may be unachievable, but in that case, then it means the majority of the school community does not want to proceed. And then we can justify that decision. But that's my opinion. So I would add, Mr. Chair, I don't know what my trustee colleagues think of that, but at the end of the motion, I mean, it already says as amended, but that would be the section that I would change.
Through the chair, if it's the will of trustees to keep that at 75%, that is very easy for us to keep at 75%. So we would just need an indication from you.
Other questions? All right. Is there any other questions? If you want to make a motion, then.
Sure. So the motion would be that the approval threshold for initiating an elementary uniform at a school remains at 75, status quo of the families of students registered in the school.
Sorry, Madam Director, did you have a comment?
Through the chair, no, I'm assuming that you're looking to see whether or not you have the majority of trustees that agree with making that change.
All right, do we just take a poll then? Or
Well, the other way that you can deal with it is it gets amended, which is what we usually do as we're presenting them and trustees give input, we make those amendments. And then when it's put to final vote, trustees will either vote it down because they don't want it increased to 75, or they'll agree with it. So it doesn't require an amendment motion.
okay, so my understanding is, so then we pass it, and then when it comes to the board, sorry, we
Right. You put the question to the trustees. If they pass it with the 75, then it gets included. If it doesn't get passed, right, unless anybody right now wants to speak out against it strongly, that they think it should go down to 60.
Trustee Brianica, you had your hand up there?
I mean, staff indicated that, I mean, the chance of it happening, me, based on the new information that maybe I should have known when we first brought the policy, because I always believed that 75% of those that voted. That's what I believe. But it's not. Today it's 75% of the entire school, one ballot per family. They'll never get the 75%. They won't get the 50%, let alone 75. I'm okay with 60 to show whatever, but I mean, like it's to me, it's a moot point. I mean, 75, I'm telling my community, you'll never get it. At 60, I'm saying, you'll never get it. Again, at 75, you're never going to get it. But at 60, you're never going to get it. So it's all in the delivery of it, of you're not going to get it. But at 75, it's for sure it ain't happening. So I'm good with leaving it at 60 personally. And I'd be shocked based on the new information.
So I think then best to deal with it through an amendment motion. So the language that Trustee Bria Corbett suggested in terms of wanting to change the language or the threshold from 60 to 75. If you put that to a vote and deal with that, and then you can go back and deal with the main motion associated with passing the policy.
Okay, so just before that's done, is there any other trustee who wants to voice an opinion? Okay, Trustee De Souza, go ahead.
You, Mr. Chairman, I heard you right, Max. You mentioned there are 5 children from the same family in the school get 1 vote. Logically, they should get 5 votes because you're looking at a school of 500 kids. Then 60% of the 500 kids is 300 kids parent. Single parent, I mean, one of the 2 parents should vote. Why is it that there are 5 siblings in the same elementary school, you're giving them just 1 vote? Because it's five children.
So through the chair, of course, this can be changed at the will of trustees. It's not an issue. But it is not a survey about students. It is a survey for parents. So it is parents' opinions that we are collecting through that survey. Absolutely. If trustees feel that we should have as many votes as there are students in the school, that can easily be made part of our process. We felt as a team that students in grade 8 should not be allowed. Their vote should not count regardless because they wouldn't be in the year. But that's easy. That's very easy for us to do. In my opinion, I don't know that it would make an enormous, well, it would advantage families that have many children. But we don't, the average number of students who come from one family in most of our elementary schools, because we have research on this for a number of other factors, it's just under 2. It's just under 2 because some of them have brothers in another. So most of our families have actually the same number of kids in a school. And that's why we didn't think it made an enormous difference. But if it's the will of trustees to go to the number of students, we can easily do that as well. Please advise us and we will make the change as appropriate.
I think that's a fair thing to do because every child parent has the right to vote. The kindergarten doesn't want to wear a uniform and the grade 5 says, I want a uniform. You'll have two votes, one yes, one no.
Through the chair, that's not the question we're asking, though. We are
No,
not
we are-
asking them, please ask your children what they want. We are asking them, what do you want as a parent? But again, we
I
are
want
happy
what
to
my
make the
child wants.
change. Please advise us and we will
I
work
think I
accordingly.
think it should be every vote, every child should have a vote. Every child's parent should be able to vote.
Let's complicate this a little bit more. Trustee Veronica, go ahead, please.
Madam, Mr. Chairman, then if I only have 1.3 kids and somebody else has 5, they get one, 3.3 more votes than I do, and I'm a parent just like them. For me, we don't do it in any lottery that we do. It's one family gets one vote. It's not done by kids. I'll use St. James as an example. The IB. I think it should be consistent across the board. One family, one vote. That's, because some will get 5 votes. Some will get 1 vote. I don't find that to be fair. I wouldn't support number of siblings in the school per vote.
Anybody else want to make comments? Go ahead. Trustee Nguyen, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Trustee Yanika, I completely agree with you. I feel like if there's more students, then one family and there's like less students in another, we're treating our parents as lesser than, so their vote counts less than another parents who has more children. So that doesn't really make sense to me. As well as the idea of there's gonna be more votes total, which means that it's gonna be even harder to pass, right? So instead of having 500 families, it's gonna be 1,000 families, 1,000 votes, sorry, for example, and then it'd just be harder to pass in general. So if we want to go down the route of like actually implementing this elementary uniform, which I'm not in favor of either, it's going to be more difficult for us to pass anything. So I think it's just best if we stick with the one family per vote.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, so I'm a little bit lost now. Are we doing any Trustee Bria
Chair.
Corbett's motion?
You have Trustee Bria Corbett's
Thank
motion
you.
to deal with.
So I make sure I got this right. Go ahead, please.
Through the chair, so that the approval threshold for initiating an elementary uniform at a school remain at 75% of families of students registered in the school.
So we have the motion, we have to put it to a vote. Sorry, well, you're moving it. Or she can move her own motion. We don't need a seconder, right? Because it's not a board meeting. It's like a meeting. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. So you're gonna move your motion. Okay. All in favor? Or sorry, remaining at 75. So yes, sorry. All in favor for remaining at 75%. All in favor? Any opposed? Mr. Valoria? Mr. No? Thank you. I'll vote too, I guess. Failed. Okay. So we go back to the original recommendations then?
That's correct.
Thank you. All right, so number 1, that the Bylaw Policy Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that policy 7.18, elementary schools, appropriate dress code, school uniforms be rescinded. Sorry, go ahead. Before that happens, go ahead, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that Trustee D'Souza had also indicated.
Oh, I do apologize.
No?
Trustee D'Souza has nothing. Okay. We'll start again. That the Bylaw Policy Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that policy 7.18, elementary schools, appropriate dress code school uniforms be rescinded. Can I have a mover, please?
I move, Mr. Chair.
Moved by trustee Luz de Rosario. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Number 2, that the bylaw policy review committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that the revised policy 7.19 dress code and school uniforms be approved and adopted as amended. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by trustee Paolo D'Amato Giovinazzi. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. Carried.
Mr. Chairman, did everybody vote on that?
Sorry?
Was everybody voting in that? I don't care which way they voted, but was everybody voting on that?
We already voted.
No, I'm just saying, did everybody vote?
Yes, everybody voted.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, G6, revised policy 26.00.
Smoke, tobacco-free and cannabis-free environment, Executive Superintendent Vecchierino.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the next 2 policy items being presented this evening are both related to PPM 128 as well as the item on PEDS. And these were more minor because there was less attention paid to them, more minor items that required us to review our policies. The first of these, which begins on page 158, is our requirement to make very minor revisions to our smoke, tobacco-free and cannabis-free environment. As shown in the discussion section of the report, and as I said, almost all of this was already in place, but the addition of prohibition on e-cigarettes and vaping on school grounds or within 20 minutes of the school, prohibition of sale and supply of e-cigarettes to students under 19, and consequences which, as noted, are already in place when students are found to be in the possession of these prohibited items. As mentioned with the previous portion of this PPM, we will provide final supportive documentation to schools during the summer months. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Can I have a mover, please? Trustee Bria Corbett. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. G7, revised policy 35.00, external presenters.
Executive Superintendent Vecchierino.
As mentioned a moment ago, and through you, Mr. Chair, the minor change made to our already extensive external presenters policy was also one that we have made as an outcome of PPM 128. It is a very minor amendment which requires us, as is the case with the PEDS information and the vaping information, to provide parents with an update or details, if you will, of any external presenters coming forward, such as third speakers in schools, that we have to provide our parents with advance notice of who is coming in, and what they are presenting on. I would say that 99% of schools are already following this practice. This is now going to be part of our policy, so it will be mandatory for all of our schools to follow. As part of this, because we consolidated, and we are always trying to consolidate our policies to ensure that they're more of a one-stop shop, and as is shown in the report, which begins on page 164, we have also rescinded a specific policy on ensuring that we follow our Catholic ethos on faith and morals, because that is underpinning our entire external presenters process. So we do not have any speakers who come into our schools who do not follow the tenets that we outline for them as part of the Catholic faith. All of those details are shown in detail, as well as the related gaps, in the appendix to the gap itself, which is appended to the report beginning on page 181. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Before I ask if there's any questions, I failed to ask or read the recommendation for the last policy. Is that okay? For the smoke-free tobacco, I just asked if there's.
Through the chair,
if there's a
yes,
mover.
we would have to do that.
Okay, so reverse a little bit, back to G6. That the Board Bylaw Policy Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that revised policy 26.00 smoke, tobacco-free and cannabis-free environment be approved and adopted. It was moved by Trustee Bria Corbett. And it, I have to take a vote again, correct? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Okay, now, on to G7, back to G7, please. Is there any questions? There are no questions? All right, so looking at the recommendation, there are two. Number one is that the Board Bylaw Policy Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that revised policy 35.00 third party and school learning opportunities for students be approved and enacted as amended. Can I have a mover, please? Trustee Darrell D'Souza. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. The second one there is that the Board Bylaw Policy Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that policy 1.77 guest speaker approval for ministering on faith and morals be rescinded. Trustee Thomas, I saw your hand up for the first one. Would you like to move this one?
Yeah.
Thank you. Moved by Trustee Thomas. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. There is no notices of motion. On to section I, questions asked by trustees.
Mr. Chairman, Mario.
Okay, so, Trustee Mario Pascucci, Trustee Darrell D'Souza, anybody else? Trustee Herman Valoria. Okay, Trustee Mario Pascucci, go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, that item that I was going to ask in camera, I'll do it at another meeting. It's fine. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Darrell D'Souza, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Faith and Program Committee meeting, I had specifically asked for the cost of admin and are we going to fund continuation of admin in our schools? And I was told that it'll come in issues and events. Not sure whether it's come in there because I haven't seen it. So
Through the chair, I'll follow up on that one and connect directly with you to give you a timeline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director.
Trustee Herman Valoria, go ahead, please.
To you, Mr. Chair. Can staff please provide clarification in regards to 2.3 of the flag protocol? It says the Vatican papal flag and share life flag may be displayed inside schools or other Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board facilities as stated in policy 8.06 flag protocol. The question is there any reason why the papal flag and share life flag can't be flown outside the facilities?
Through the chair, I believe when that policy came forward, it was unclear as to whether or not anybody was able to fly the Vatican flag outside the Vatican. And hence the reason why the language probably just says it can be displayed inside buildings. But we've since sought clarity and have confirmed that the Vatican flag can be flown outside our facilities if we desire to do so.
How do we fix that then? Is it through a motion?
Through the chair, yes. If you wanted to put a motion on the table to amend that article of the policy, it would be a motion that would say, I move to amend Article 2.3 of Policy 806 to read that the Vatican papal flag Share Life flag. And I believe we also have a Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board flag, may be flown outside or displayed inside schools or other DPCDSB facilities, if that's the intent that you want to achieve, Trustee Valoria.
And so I move that. Make that motion.
So can you repeat the motion, please?
I would like
you
to
like-
I would like to make a motion to amend 2.3 of policy 8.06 as follows. 2.3, Vatican papal flag, Share Life flag, and Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board flag may be flown outside or displayed inside schools or other board facilities.
Moving that, obviously. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Any other questions?
Just to clarify, there seemed to be a confusion today, or I don't know when it occurred, but we had the rainbow flag flying outside, which was not the intent. So for clarification, I believe the only flags that can fly outside of board facilities are Canadian flag, provincial flag, the appropriate municipal flag, and now also the PayPal flag, the Share Life flag, and the Dufferin Peel flag. Other flags, if approved, can only be displayed inside the buildings. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct, based on the updated policy.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Trustee Rhea Corbett, you're up. You're up. It's your turn now anyways.
Thank you. And through the chair, just to that point, so that means they're under this current flag policy with respect to the CEC and the 3 flagpoles we have out there, that beyond those flags that were just indicated, there's not approval to put any other flag up there. So any other flag, like Every Child Matters flag, like Italian Heritage Month flag.
Through the chair, that's correct. They can be displayed inside a building. But according to this updated policy, the updated policy is very specific about what will be flown and what will be displayed.
So through the chair, I have an amendment to make to that policy. Then if this is the time to do that, we don't have the policy on tonight's agenda, so I apologize. I don't have it for reference, but I would like there to be an amendment that during periods of observances, the flags during their period of observance would be approved to be on, I think we're talking about the 3rd flagpole. So the 1 flagpole is always the Canadian flag. The 2nd flagpole is always the provincial flag. And it's the 3rd flagpole that can have different flags.
Through the chair, if that's the will of the trustees, yes.
Okay, so
But the revised policy currently as it reads is very specific about what flags get flown and what flags can be displayed inside. So there's the vast majority of our schools only have 1 flagpole. Vast majority. There's a few that share the facilities with the city, and the city makes the decision to fly whatever flags they want on their pole. That's their right to do that. But there may be maybe a couple of schools and the CEC that has more than one flagpole.
So through the chair, Madam Director, I guess I'm looking for some direction in terms of the possible wording of this amendment. I don't have the policy in front of me, so I'm.
Yeah, so 2.5 says, so it's very, 2.1 through to 2.4 is very specific about with the amendment, 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3 is very specific, saying it's the national flag, it's the provincial flag, the Vatican, the Share Life, and the DPCDSB flags that can be flown, and the municipal flag. So they can be flown. 2.4 talks about flags of provinces and territories that can be displayed. So it doesn't say that they have to be flown or that they could even be considered for being flown. And then it's 2.5 that says additional flags may be displayed inside DPCDSB buildings in support of particular observances. Where such flags are displayed, their use shall be limited to the areas of the school or facility allocated to the activities associated with the corresponding observance and shall be removed when the observance period ends. So if it's the intent of Trustee Corbett to allow for other flags to be flown outside DPCDS buildings, it's really only going to apply to maybe 2 or 3 sites, as I've referenced, because it automatically cancels out by the fact that there's only one flagpole and you can only fly the Canadian flagpole and they have to fly the Canadian flagpole. If the intent is where there's more than one flagpole to allow for additional flags to be flown outside, then I suppose the amendment language would be additional flags may be flown outside or displayed inside Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board buildings in support of particular observances, and the rest of 2.5 would stay.
Through the chair, that's good with me. Yeah, what you just said. So an amendment to the policy in support of additional flags may be flown outside the CEC or be displayed inside the Dufferin Peel buildings regarding particular observances.
In support of particular observances.
Removed when the observance.
And where such flags are flown or displayed, their use shall be limited to the areas of the school or facility.
Yes.
So I think the amendment is that is being suggested is that additional flags may be flown outside or displayed inside. That would be the amendment that would have to happen to 2.5 to allow for sites that have more than one flagpole to fly other flags outside of the ones that are specified in 2.1 through to 2.4.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, before we put this to a vote, Trustee Ianika, you had your hand up for a second there. I don't know if you had a question or comment to this.
No, I have a question. My understanding was that the board, CEC, the month of June was going to fly pride flag. That was my understanding. Something changed?
Yes, through the chair, what happened was when policy 806 came forward and was amended this year, April of 2024, there was some specificity around language that now made a distinction between flying, so the word flown, and displaying inside. And what was noted was that when we reviewed that policy, the way it is and the way it was passed, is that because 2.5 makes reference to additional flags being displayed, it doesn't give the option to fly them outside. That's the distinction now. So if it was the intent of the trustees to continue to allow additional flags to be flown outside and or displayed inside, then 2.5 would need to be amended.
Yeah, again, we went through this long conversation last year. And delegations upon delegations upon delegations about flying flag at our schools. But as you indicated, and as we are aware, our elementary and most of our secondary only have one flag, one pole with one flag on it. And the board at the time decided that in the month of June, I mean, I've seen that flag, that pride flag go up and down more times than Carter has pills. Because I've been there when the Italian flag was, the pride flag was taken down, the Italian one went up. Then Trustee Del Rosario was there when the Philippine flag went up and went down. And then the Portuguese flag, when it went up and when it went down. So would that now eliminate that? Because if it does, then I have an issue with it. Because
Yes, it would. The way 2.5 reads right now, if it's not the Vatican, Share Life, DPCDSB flag, the Canadian flag, or the provincial flag of Ontario, or a municipal flag, it won't be flown on a pole. It would be displayed inside a building.
okay, I'm not in agreement with that. Because I'll speak from my own personal experience. I'm Canadian, but the Italian community, as and staff knows because I've always gotten approval from staff, do it, is to have the Italian consulate, the Italian folks that come and we raise the flag at the CEC. Staff is very kind in putting the speakers out so that, you know, it becomes an event. Okay, it's not an all-day event. It's a couple of hours at the most. It is a lot of effort on staff's part, and I always appreciate that, as does the community that are of different peel. So if that's the case, then where are they going to fly the flag that goes up and down for Italian Heritage Day, Philippine flag for Philippine Heritage Day, the Portuguese flag for Portuguese Heritage Day? I mean, we kind of shut it down to say, I'll be quite honest with you, I don't even know what the Vatican flag looks like. I haven't got a clue. And I was at the Vatican. I should know, but the flag wasn't the top of my list to look at. So I would agree with Trustee Rhea Corbett, an amendment to that, to say that we add the other flags that we had before. I don't mind adding the Vatican flag, obviously, but I have a challenge when we remove the other ones that have been here a long time. So I'll make that amendment, Mr. Chairman. Oh, you put it down?
Yes,
Okay, all right.
that was the very long worded,
Okay.
sorry, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman.
Yeah, the amendment has been floored. I was just asking if there was any questions before we took a vote. So, Trustee Brunica, you've done?
I am.
Thank you. Trustee Paul Tomato Giovanazzi, and then we have Student Trustee Nathan Nguyen.
Thank you, through the chair. My point is regarding Bruno's statement. You indicate that the Italian flag would go up. My question is, how long does the Italian flag stay up?
12 hours.
So not all day or all night?
It was not all day and all night.
Well, the intention to update the flag policy was to keep spaces neutral. And so we're not
like with all these other flags, it's like timed, it's like an hour or 2 hours max. Whereas some flags are all day, every day, and it's not a neutral space at that point. Thank you.
Sorry, Director Maserati, I saw a little yellow thing around your screen there. Did you want to make a comment?
No, I didn't touch anything.
No problem. Student trustee Nathan Nguyen, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, just a quick thing before the motion goes on the floor. I wanna have a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote has been requested. Can all trustees that are, sorry, go ahead, trustee Joe D'Souza.
So, we amend the current policy, and I'm fine with the Italian flag, the Portuguese flag, whichever country flags based on those days which are dedicated to those specific countries. But who has the discretion to allow these flags to fly? Does it stay at the board table, or it's at the discretion of the individual who's managing the poll? Because there are a lot of flags which we would get delegations for and request to raise those flags. If it is specific to these countries, I think we should then put it in the policy so that it doesn't leave an option for other communities or groups to come and say, hey, you flew that flag, now fly my flag. I think we need to keep it watertight, and as and when we dedicate certain days to certain communities, we add it to the list. But keeping it open and say any flag can fly at the discretion of the person managing the flag post, I think is not best option. You, Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair, there's one way in which you could put some controls around that, and that would be if you amended 2.7. Sorry, 2.8, to say that the display of additional flags is to be approved by a proclamation by the Board of Trustees. Because if you recall at the last board meeting, we brought proclamations came forward and were approved by the Board of Trustees, proclaiming National Indigenous Heritage Month, proclaiming Portuguese Heritage Month, proclaiming Italian Heritage Month. And so if you wanted to tighten it up, then I would say rather than saying approved by the Director of Education or designate, indicate that if additional flags are going to be approved for display, you're also proclaiming that as well. You're also proclaiming a recognition of those days. That would be my suggestion.
I think that makes sense, and it's a logical thing to do rather than keeping it open.
Can I say something?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. And then I'll have to come back to trustee Darrell D'Souza to add to the, okay. No, we have to do a different amendment then at that point. Go ahead, trustee Herman Floria.
To what trustee D'Souza was saying, I remember when we were discussing this amendment just a month ago, discussion and the reason that only these flags would be allowed to be flown would be to avoid an instance where we have an approved flag which we allowed to be flown, and then just as trustee D'Souza said, and another group will say, well, you flew that flag, approve ours too. And then we'll have a constant, or we could have a constant request for all kinds of flags to be flown. We could have all the parent groups who have an agenda come up with a flag and say, fly it. To avoid all of that, I think that's the reason why we said only these flags should be flown.
Through the chair, if I may, though, 2.5 just says additional flags. It doesn't specify all those flags. So the question then is who is approving all the other flags that are going to be displayed?
Well, I think that was 2.8.
Right, but 2.8 puts that squarely and solely on the Director of Education.
That's right.
So I think the concern that's being expressed is that what happens if the Director of Education approves a flag that perhaps what trustees might have appreciated having some input around.
I believe that suggestion was made when this was discussed.
That's correct. And at that time as well, I believe that the trustees also didn't really want to be the ones that were approving all the flags.
You're right. You're right, Madam Director.
Yeah.
And that's why it fell back on your lap.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could add to 2.8 and say that annually a list of flags that are being displayed in schools will be provided to trustees. Rather than going the proclamation route, the Director of Education will provide a list of the flags that are being displayed in our schools. That could be a very long list.
And gets longer.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have trustee Brunanika trustee Valoria, I have trustee Brunanika who has a question to this point or comment to this point.
I'll wait until I'm almost feeling, I am feeling that we're identifying specific flags, but we're not identifying the elephant in the room, which is the pride flag. That's the question. So is the pride flag going to be part of it or is it not? That's the question. I think we go in circles until finally somebody says, are we flying the pride flag in June? Because that's always been our policy for the last, I'll remember, maybe incorrectly, 2 to 3 years. It's always been, the policy was June 1st, it goes up. I'm not sure if it's up there now. I don't know because I didn't look at the flag poles. But that in essence is the question, because we've never had any question about the Vatican flag. We always have had conversation about the Canadian flag. We have always had conversation about the provincial flag. And there was a third poll for whatever, build your boots on that particular week or month. But in June, we have traditionally, to some degree, flown the pride flag. So I don't want to, I'm assuming that some have eliminated that for a specific reason, or not voted for that for a specific reason. And that's up to whoever. But that's the elephant in the room. That's the conversation. Everybody's dancing around it. I'm going to ask it. So if we want to add that flag back in, let's move forward. If we don't, let's have a vote and move on. Because we're dancing around the same flag issue, whether it's the Vatican flag, whether it's the next thing you know, it'll be the Toronto Maple Leaf flag. But at the end of the day, to me, that's the elephant in the room. We're either going to deal with it, we're going to continue with the flag conversation till 11:30.
To the amendment that is being suggested by trustee Corbett is dealing with that.
Okay, trustee Del Souza, to this point? Oh, you had your hand up. I had you on the list. If you don't want to, it's fine.
And through the chair, just procedurally, any questions should really be around the amendment that's on the table right now. If there's further amendments that a trustee wants to bring forward to different sections of the policy, that would have to wait till this amendment has been dealt with.
Okay, before trustee Del Souza asks the question, thank you, Director Mazzarato. Is your question to the amendment that's on the floor about adding the additional flag? Okay, go ahead, please.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So just a question to staff. I mean, do we have a proclamation saying that the month of June will be proclaimed as a Pride Month?
No.
So if we specify in 2.8 saying that flags to which there is a proclamation will be flown on the third flag post, talking only of flying flags, not displaying flags. It'll eliminate pride flag. Am I
You could
right?
potentially have that impact. Like right now, the change to the policy had the impact of not allowing additional flags other than the ones that are specifically identified in 2.1 to 2.3 to fly outside. They're still displayed inside the buildings, but they're not permitted to fly outside because of the change to the policy.
So if we amend 2.8 and say flags only that we have a proclamation for will be flown, then the pride flag gets omitted from being flown.
If that proclamation doesn't pass, it could. So you may not want to go down the route of amending 2.8 to even use the possibility of proclamation. I think you deal with 2.8 differently. If you're not comfortable giving the authority to a director of education, I only occupy this chair for a bit, but if you're not comfortable giving the sole approval to the director of education, or if you're comfortable with the director of education or designate still approving that with some parameters around it, i.e. that they bring forward a report anytime a request for a new flag is asked, I don't know, but we're dealing with 2.5 right now.
Yeah, but 2.5 has to be read in conjunction with 2.8, because if 2.5 is not going to have those three flags named, or it has the three flags named in 2.5, then 2.8 we can say additional flags where the director of education has the discretion to fly them.
Well, the policy does name it. 2.1 says the national flag is flown and it flies on its own flagpole. So that's the Canadian flag. 2.2 says the provincial flag and the municipal flag may also be flown, but not on the same pole. So automatically that means you can only fly a provincial flag or a municipal flag outside if you have more than one flagpole, which only applies to maybe 3 facilities in our entire board. And then 2.3 has been clarified this evening to say that the Vatican flag, the Share Life flag, and the DPCDSB can be flown outside or it can be displayed inside. Again, that's only going to apply to facilities that have more than one flagpole. 2.4 talks about flags of the provinces and territories that could be displayed inside the schools. And then 2.5 is the one that is saying that any other flag other than those ones that were just referenced, they can be displayed inside the schools for a particular observance for the period of that observance. But it doesn't say that you can fly it outside. And again, even flying it outside is only going to apply to 2 or 3 facilities in our entire board. So it gets back to what Trustee Ainika was referencing, that for the last number of years because there's more than one flagpole outside the CEC. That's why other flags were being flown there. So we did have Italian Heritage Day. It went up for the day it came down. We had Portuguese Heritage Day. It went up for the day it went down. We had Pride flag in between those times for the month of June.
And the Filipino flag.
Correct. So, but, you know, there's a number of flags that are in our schools already. They exist. 2.8 is saying additional flags. So either you take 2.8 out altogether because you already have 2.5 that just generally says additional flags, but my experience is someone needs to approve these flags.
I mean,
Because there are certain flags, if you just say additional flags, that opens it up too much. So somebody does have to give the authority for what if there's new requests for new flags. And I've already been doing that. I've already been saying, no, that flag is not appropriate. So it's either the trustees are going to approve it, which is fine, but somebody has to approve it.
I'm fine with the approval being with the Director of Education because at the end of the day, you are the CEO of the company. So an operation.
Right, and the expectation is that trustees are kept apprised of those kinds of decisions. So if that's the case, and if that's the will of the trustees, then I would say leave 2.8 alone.
Yeah, I'm fine with 2.8.
So then it's 2.5, which is the amendment that's on the table right now.
Mr. Chairman, can I call the question?
I'm gonna call the question.
So like to put it to a vote, and I know student trustee.
Can I just clarify, you actually can't call a question in committee because committee is intended to allow for free-flowing debate.
Thank you for confirming that. All right, so trustee Daryl D'Souza, you're done? No more questions? I have trustee Bria Corbett. Is there anybody else? Seeing none online, go ahead, trustee Corbett.
Through the chair, so I'll read what I have. Hopefully, feel free, Director Mazzaretto, to chime in. I tried to type as fast as possible. So it's motion is to amend policy 8.06 for item 2.5 in support of allowing additional flags to be flown outside the CEC and Dufferin Peel facilities with more than one flagpole, or be displayed inside Dufferin Peel schools and buildings for particular observances, and where such flags are flown are to be removed when the observance period ends.
Can I assist with that? Because you want to keep the rest of the wording that's already there rather than amending the whole thing.
My apologies. I don't have the
So
original policy in front of me. So
additional flags may be flown outside or displayed inside DPCDSB buildings in support of particular observances. Where such flags are flown or displayed, their use shall be limited to the areas of the school or facility allocated to the activities associated with the corresponding observance and shall be removed when the observance period ends.
thank you. I'll move that.
Okay, so we have a vote here. So we have trustee Bria Corbett who has moved that. Can all trustees who are online have their cameras on? There was a recorded vote requested for this as well. So can we have all trustees that are in favor, please stand. Online, I guess the same as well. Or I guess have your hand up.
What would you like, Mr. Chairman?
If you can stand up, you know what, put your hand up, please, because it's just easier to see if your hand's up or not. Mario, I can't see your hand. Okay, thank you very much. You can put your hands down or sit down. All against? Porter, did you get that? Thank you very much. So
What
is
was the vote? What's the vote, Mr. Chairman?
It was, how many people are here? 2 opposed, the remainder were 4. So it has passed. Trustee De Souza, you had a motion as well you wanted to put out there? You started, so I had to ask. There is another motion to be put forward by Trustee Herman Valoria.
Well, recognizing the point made by Trustee Yanika, I'd like to make a motion to make an exception to flying the pride flag.
Exception, how?
Well, the motion would be to allow other flags. Is that what was in your motion? Yeah, the one that.
No, we're not having a conversation between each other. Sorry. So Trustee Brianica had a question. He asked it to Trustee Herman Valoria, and you responded. Trustee Bria Corbett, I think he was asking for clarification on your motion. I don't know. We're not having a conversation around the table here.
Well,
So you have a motion?
Trustee Anika said, let's address the elephant in the room, and the elephant is the pride flag. So I'm saying that I make a motion not to fly the pride flag, not to fly it.
Okay, so the motion is on the table.
Yeah, make it a recorded vote.
Well, first I'm gonna ask if there's any questions. You can. So Trustee Nguyen, did you have questions? You wanted to make it a recorded vote?
Through the chair, a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote, okay. Any other questions from trustees? Online or in person? Okay, so it has been moved. Sorry, Trustee Bailey Klein, go ahead.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
I would like a recorded vote, please.
That's already been requested. Do you have a question?
I do, Mr. Chairman, Mario.
Mr. Piscucci, just wait a second, please.
Thank you.
Trustee Bailey Klein, any questions? Or you just wanted to make sure there was a recorded vote?
Just a recorded vote, please.
Thank you. Trustee Mario Piscucci, go ahead, please.
And Madam Chair, Madam Director, how do you see this whole element from your perspective, please?
Through the chair, well, it's the trustee's privilege to be able to put a motion on the floor.
Okay, good. Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Director.
Anybody else have any questions? Trustee Paulo D'Amato Giovinazzi, your hands are up? No? Okay. So the motion's on the floor. Sorry. Oh, Luz. Sorry, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify. What is the motion again?
Trustee Herman Valoria, please repeat the motion.
My motion is not to fly the pride flag.
Where not to fly the pride flag?
Wherever there is more than one flagpole in the building or outside the building.
Well, that's not in the motion.
That's a different motion than you moved. So
this is
Well,
ridiculous.
but
No,
for clarity,
sorry,
the motion
everybody-
was.
Sorry, go ahead,
the-
Dr.
For
Mazzarato.
clarity, the motion was to fly the flag pole or fly the pride flag. So, not display it, fly it.
So,
Oh, I
okay,
think-
so the motion is not to fly the pride flag
Correct.
where there is more
More.
than one flagpole, is that
Right.
right? So I'm using an example for CEC. Are we saying now that because we have 3 flagpoles, that if this motion pass, we cannot fly the pride flag or the rainbow flag? Is that correct? Is my understanding correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Did somebody answer me? Sorry, my understanding correct?
sorry, trustee Herman Valoria?
That's correct. Trustee Del Rosario.
Okay,
If it passes, then we won't be able to fly the pride flag.
Full stop, Mr. Chairman.
okay. Call it a rainbow flag because we never fly the pride flag.
Mr. Chairman.
Just 1 second, okay. Sorry, trustee Del Rosario, sorry, did you have?
No, I just want to clarify, we have not fly the pride flag. We have used a rainbow flag that was, I believe it was approved by,
No,
no, it wasn't approved, but it
No.
was not, the flag that we have raised is not the pride flag because it was missing, it's not including the colors of hot pink, I think, Director? Is that what it was? So
Correct.
we've always had the revised rainbow flag. That's why we don't call it a pride flag. We have called it rainbow flag. So
Sorry, Director Maserati, did you want to make a comment? Sorry.
I'm good. I'm good for now.
Okay,
I don't know why this is being brought up, but I'm good for now.
thank you. Trustee Mario Pascucci, you had a question?
Yeah, there was an addition to the comment made by the trustee, and it just threw me right off. Please, can you reread the motion?
Trustee Herman Valoria, go ahead, please.
The motion that I made was not to, that we should not, did I use my original?
Whatever motion you used
No,
before.
I wanted to hold it from his mouth, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, on a point of order from his mouth. I want the information.
Trustee Mario Pascucci, I can't hear you. What was your point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I would like him to mention it in the entire motion. Thank
Well,
you.
the original motion that was moved would have to be read. Any amendments would be an amendment to that motion.
That's fine, Mr. Chairman. That's so be
So
it.
what
I
was
want
the
to hear.
original- Thank you,
I wanna
Mr.
hear them.
Thank you. Trustee Herman Valoria, what was the original motion you moved?
My original motion was not to fly the pride flag. That's any version of it.
That's an addition to that. The version of it is
So-
addition to it. What was your original motion, or can I ask the recorder? Can you play back? Is that the motion that was moved? That's the motion that's on the floor. There was a request for recorded vote. Are there any additional questions? Seeing
Mr.
none.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, on full order, please. Point of order. I still don't hear the motion. The way I understand it, and through you to the trustee, is the trustee saying not to fly anywhere, but we could still do it the way we're currently doing it? I need clarity, Mr. Chairman. There's something missing here that doesn't seem to follow through here.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll ask the recorder to please use a mic so everybody can hear online what the original motion was. Hopefully that answers Trustee Mario Pascucci's.
Well, I would like to know,
Question?
Mr. Chairman, on a point of order, is that yes, I don't care what the motion was. I do care what the motion was, but I want to hear what it was and if there were the amendments. I want to make sure there's fluidity.
Well,
Through the chair, I can help with that.
Please.
For the last number of years, the Board of Trustees were accepting of the pride flag, any version of it, flying on the third pole outside the CEC. So as long as our schools respected the protocol for the Canadian flag, that was allowed on the third flagpole. But because the changes to the policy made a delineation between flying something and displaying something, then that meant that the pride flag under this new policy or any other flag not delineated in 2.1 to 2.3 could not be flown.
So if
So I'm
you,
just gonna stop there because I just need to deal with my battery that's
yeah, no problem.
dying. So just give me a minute, but that's the impact.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
Okay, so can we have the entire motion read?
So what I'll ask is the secretary, or sorry, the recorder, please to read the motion as it was captioned originally.
Motion to not fly the pride flag. Can you hear me? Motion? There. Motion to not fly the pride flag where there is more than one flagpole.
So that's the original motion as it was originally tabled and moved by trustee Herman Valoria. Does that answer your question, trustee Mayor Pascucci?
Yes, I would like to ask the director a question, but I want to be recognized after, if there's anybody else who wants to speak.
Okay, so is there anybody else who wants to speak?
I'd like to ask a question once if everybody says no.
So no one else is speaking. Mayor Pascucci, you have, or if you have a
Thank you,
question.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry I'm being a pain. Madam Director, so that basically says there can't be any flags inside any school, correct?
No, it says that you can display the flags inside the school. Flags can be displayed inside the school, but they can only be displayed for the period of the observance. When the observance is over, the flags are put away. But the change to 807 now is that the practice of flying any other flag on the flagpole outside the CEC, for example, has been clearly defined now. That there's only the Canadian flag, the provincial flag, the municipal flag, the Vatican, the Share Life, and the DPCDSB. So what that means is, in previous years, we would have put up, the Filipino flag on Heritage. On that day, we would have put up other flags on that day, and we would have also put up the rainbow flag for the month of June on the third flagpole. As it stands, well, you've passed an amendment to the policy to now allow any additional flags to be flown. But now, because that's passed, there's now another amendment that would say with the exclusion of the pride flag. So that's the intent of the motion that's on the floor right now, is to exclude the pride flag, the rainbow flag, any version of it being flown outside. It would still be displayed inside buildings, but it wouldn't be flown outside.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if on a point of privilege, I unfortunately the phone went dead, so I just want you to know I didn't hear what was said. Went dead a couple of seconds after she walked off, after the director walked off to get her battery charged. So I apologize. So as I understand it, and only if I recognize Mr. Chairman, then I'll ask the question of the director.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. So, Madam Director, the way I understand from you, what I caught just the last 30 seconds there, because I was offline, so that still allows elements that are inside the school, but if there's a third flag, the third pole cannot be used for that particular flag. Is that correct?
Right. Other flags you could still put the Italian flag up, you could put the Filipino, but the motion on the table is to specifically exclude the pride flag or any version of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Director.
Okay, then, any other questions? Okay, so the motion has been read. Everybody is aware of the motion. We have a recorded vote requested. So if anybody who's in person, please stand. If you're for online, please put your hand forward, so it can be seen. Madam Recorder? Thank you. Anybody against, please put your hand forward if you're online and stand up if you are against. Right. Thank you very much. It has failed.
What's the vote, Mr. Chairman?
Madam Recorder?
Nine to two, as well as two student.
9
As
to
well
2.
as-
Failed, and then 2 student votes.
And how do the students' votes, how do they fall?
I believe it was
Sorry, opposed, I apologize.
both opposed.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you. All right.
It's hard to see a little screen.
Ibria Corbett, go ahead, please.
Through the chair. So now what happens? This motion, these motions, this amendment to this policy doesn't actually take effect until it's passed at board. Is that correct?
Correct.
So with board being June 18th, that means there are no changes outside of the board office or the other facilities that have more than one flagpole until June 18th, potentially.
Through the chair, that's correct. And technically, that third flagpole would probably have to stay empty until then, because right now I believe the Vatican flag is flying, but technically, as at the policy as it stands right now, does not permit for any of that.
So through the chair, are there any options that we have?
You could call a special board meeting. That's the only way. You'd have to deal with it as a board. Right now, you're in committee.
Okay, and through the chair, what would that process be?
Request a special board meeting. I think it's 72 hours notice. Unless it's time sensitive.
And through the chair, that would need to be requested tonight, or that would be in consultation with the chair of the board, or?
You would just send an email to the chair of the board and myself, copy the trustees, and give the rationale for why you believe there needs to be a special board meeting.
Thank you. So through the chair, nothing needs to be decided tonight in terms of a
No.
special board meeting or a request?
No,
Thank you for your clarification.
you would just provide the rationale around time sensitivity.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman,
You have other questions? It's still your floor.
I did have a question that was not related to any of this, so I just wanted to follow up to make sure there was clarification. So through the chair, so just a policy related question. With our 5-year policy review that we aim for, is there a more updated policy for policy 1.02? It's code of conduct for trustees, because on our Duffer and Peel website, it's dated 2017, and I wasn't able to find a more current policy. So if we don't have a more current policy, I'd like to request that we have that come forward at the next Policy and Bylaw Committee review meeting.
Okay, I'll follow up and just confirm. Trustees would be aware, we're also waiting for the Ministry of Education to release their final code of conduct. But you can still ask for the existing one to come forward, as long as it continues, any changes or amendments continue to be aligned with the existing language in the education.
Thank you. So through the chair, I would like to have that come forward at the next.
Okay, we'll note that.
Through the chair, I don't know, that wouldn't come back at board. It would be the next policy and review committee meeting, right?
Right.
Thank you.
Student trustee Nathan Nguyen, but before you do that, are there anybody else has any questions? Seeing none, go ahead, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, is it possible for me to suggest a motion right now?
Through the chair, you would have to have another trustee pick up that motion. So you could put the motion on the table if a trustee picks it up. If not,
Yes, well, I'd like to suggest a motion, please.
Sorry, Madam Director. Just for clarification, sorry, student trustee Nguyen. I know historically, whenever a student trustee has had a question, had a motion that the trustee has raised it and then was attributed to the student trustee. Is there anything in our protocol that says that?
so
You know, historically it has been that.
I mean, historically, this is typically conversations that would have taken place before the meeting.
Okay.
But there's nothing to say technically that a student trustee can't suggest a motion on the floor. But that means a trustee, an elected official would have to pick up that motion. If it doesn't get picked up, then it doesn't get dealt with.
Thank you. I just wanted for clarification. Thank you very much. So go ahead, student trustee Nguyen.
Thank you. And through you, Chair. My motion is that the pride flag be flown at any DPCDSB facility where there is more than one flagpole, please. Just
Through the chair,
clarify.
that's
what's
already been dealt with in the current amendment to the policy.
What I understand for now with the current policy is that any flag is being raised by the discretion of the chair, so by the discretion of the director of education. So I want to make sure that the pride flag is raised and flown during the month of June.
That's already covered in the amendments to the policy.
Thank you.
So you're removing the motion then? Okay. Are there any other questions under section I, questions asked by trustees? Any trustees online? Seeing none, there are no declared interest items. We now move to in-camera session. For everyone who is listening online, we will be going into in-camera session to go over some various topics of our agenda. Please stay tuned and we'll be back as soon as possible. So we need a motion to move in camera, please. Trustee Darrell D'Souza, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Just need a couple minutes. Welcome back, everybody who's still online. Thank you for waiting. Resident reports, we received a report for approval. There was a question of an in-camera nature. Can I have somebody move? Trustee Bria Corbett, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, can I have somebody move adjournment? Trustee Sean Xavier. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none. Good evening. Thank you, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Safe trip home, everybody.
All right.
Good night.
Hey, see you later,
Night.
Thomas.
See you. Night.
Good night.